Oh my goodness. Hello. Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I am your host, Yamsox. You can call me Yam. Today I'm in the backyard from a new angle. Hello, hey tonight. This is the beginning of a brand new Sangha, and as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, belief system, orientation, ethnicity, you name it. Hello, Sam. I trust that those who are joining now are feeling as well as they can, given whatever might be arising for them physically, emotionally, mentally. I hope you know that you are valid in whatever you are going through at this time. Thank you, hey tonight. I'm in me backyard. I'm in me mom's yard. And I just mowed the lawn too. But it is my intention that we all come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. It looks so different. Well, it's from a very different angle. You're very much above me today, and so I'm looking up to you, because it's true. I do look up to you. You are an inspiration. Sovereign, you share that you just sensed that I'd go live. Well, good intuition. Good intuition. Thank you, hey tonight. Wow. Is that a sock? It is a sock. It's my wind sock for my microphone. There's actually a dead cat under it, which is going to sound really funny to people who haven't used microphones. A dead sock is the name for the squishy thing that stops the plosives that goes over a microphone, so my puh sounds don't explode your eardrums. Microphones are really sensitive to the plosives, like so. This helps with that. It also helps with the wind. Just makes a better sound for everyone. Like when you say peas. Yes, exactly, Asha. Hello, Marlin. Namaste, Chloe. Are you still on vacation? And hello, Aquarius lady. And thank you, Bantagor, for blessing us with a heart me just a moment ago. Hare Krishna. Good day, Chad. No, you got back on Monday. Oh, okay. All right. So you're back to meditating, right? Hello, Pesto. And thank you, Amber, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Marlon, you're wondering, have I drank agua today, little brother? I can do it right now. Hello, Arnie. Hello, RB. Radhe Radhe Gregor G. Good evening, Amber. Or Elmo G, I should call you, Gregor. Hello, Anna. Hello, Amber. Hello, Polly. Another garden, another part of the same garden. And Mischief, you share, you still think about some of my quotes from my old videos. My way of thinking has longevity. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful. I'm happy to have made an impression. I hope it's a good impression. I'm literally outside this time. Yes. Here, I can touch the leaves. I can even touch the grass. Look, everyone, I'm touching grass. Thank you, Amber, for your heart me and pair of team bracelets. Radhe Radhe. Gregor G, you share that Elmo G is almost emoji. Petition for Elmo emoji. That'd be cute. Thank you, Amber, for your 1, 2, 8, 9 team bracelets. I tally up in total. Thank you. Jai Sitaram. And Alika, you shared 4 weeks ago. I gave you some clarity on leaving your ex who wasn't tapped into spirituality. And now you're in divine union with your soulmate. My goodness, what a turnaround. Now that's a positive ROI. Well, I'm very happy to hear that you're doing well. And oh no! I thought I was just playing with a stick, but I've been breaking one of my incense sticks. It's a good reminder to be more conscious, especially with what you're fiddling with, I suppose. So, you all are very early, and I know there's many discussions and conversations we could have, but let's put a pin in them for now because I have a question for all of you. Today I'm wondering, why is it important to love yourself? We always say to love yourself, but what's the practicality of it? What does it really mean, and for what purpose? I'd like to know. And that is right, Red Mark. I do like mathematics. You have a good memory. Heath, you share, it's the meaning of life. Wow. You've elevated it beyond even practicality to the most ultimate purpose. That's wonderful. Bean, you share, if you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you gonna love somebody else? I like that. Yes. Miwi, you share, you wish you knew. Understandable. Alika, you share, you would rather just be love and take yourself out of it. Oh, how wonderful you put it. Be love. Des, you share, you can't love anyone before you love yourself. Lowered, you ask, am I speaking into a socked foot? Coochie 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 coo. You ticklish? It is a very sonically sensitive foot at that. Anna, you share that so others can have a good impression of you. That's wonderful, yes. I think it is important to be seen as someone who loves themselves. You serve as a good role model. Brilliant genius, you share to love everything else and everyone else. Yeah. And Mischief, you share to not insult the creator's work. I like that. Betty Alf, hello, good evening. James, you're also wondering, am I talking to a foot? Well, if it is, it's a foot that has a lot of digital circuitry inside. A foot that not only grounds me, but allows me to speak to you. Mercedes, you share that self-love is the foundation of love. It allows you to love others. Very true. Kimmy, you ask, what should you do if your toenail is infected? Well, you should probably see a pediatrician. Is that what they're called? People who specialize in that. And Coney, you share, accept God's love. No need to love yourself. Ooh, allow that love to come from the higher self. Well said. Hello, Sarah. Garden boy, it is me. Thank you, Risi, for your finger heart and your disco love. Here's a finger heart for you too. Oh, and a tiny diny. Yippee! And thank you, Betty Al, for your heart me. And a pair of roses. Hare Krishna. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Brilliant Genius, Thank you for your rose too. Hello, Sadik. You call me Yamuel. And Sky Guardian says, yippee! My Yamuel trend has stuck. A fellow Sanghi called me Yamuel. Awesome. Sarah, you share. You love yourself to sleep better. Oh, so true. So true. Belle, you share to be able to love others. Alexander, you add, the most important relationship that you can be in is the one with yourself. That's wonderful. Peace and love, James. And Kironov, you share, if we love ourselves, then when we share ourselves with others, they would know what love is, what we share. That's wonderful. And yes, precisely, Coney. However, since we are a part of God, we do kind of love ourselves. The does do. And Alexander, you add, because at the end of the day, nothing else is guaranteed except you. Brilliant genius, you share to reach your highest potential. And thank you, Michaela, for sending love. A podiatrist, that's the foot specialist. Thank you, everyone. And Trina, you're wondering, where am I from? I'm from Canada. And small fries and a shake. You share that loving yourself is good for your mental health. It is perhaps the most effective treatment for almost all mental health problems. A little love ain't gonna hurt, only gonna make things better. Trina, you share. Oh wow, no way, you too? Well, happy to have a fellow Canadian here. And Scott Bright, you ask a relevant question. How do you love yourself so easily? By recognizing that we're our own best friend. And we work best when we give ourselves positive reinforcement. The only reason we might not wish to love ourselves is because we're holding ourselves up to a standard that's unachievable. At least unachievable with the pressure we put on ourselves. We can still reach those ideals, but with love as our starting point, rather than self-hatred. What if you love yourself? Oh, that's a great username for this topic. Welcome. And thank you, Amber, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Victoria, you share laughing and thinking positive too, finding and loving your inner child. Indeed. Betty Elf, you ask, may I ask you what shampoo you use? Your hair looks so wonderful. I'll tell you the secret. I live in a house with 2 women and 1 girl. So in the main shower, there's many different shampoos and conditioners and stuff that I don't know the names of. You know, with all the water in my eyes, I just try to find the first one I pick up that says shampoo, and that's the only thing I read. I don't read if it says L'Oreal or Dove or it does this, that, or the other. I just read, oh yes, this one shampoo. Cook, cook, cook. Same process with the conditioner, now with shampoo in my eyes. I'm really blind. I look for the first thing that says conditioner. Okay, it says conditioner somewhere on it. And that's my process. Yes, indeed, Sarah, we are on the ground. And thank you, Bridget, for your rose. Truly. Hari Om Tat Sat. Never a satisfying answer, says Anna. Well, it's my honest answer. Alright, thank you everyone for attending to my question of the day. I'm glad we covered the topic of self-love and its various importances. It is very important that we love ourselves. Absolutely. No doubt about that. And I'm glad that we covered all the various reasons for it. I hope we can learn from each other and at least have a couple things stick. I think one of the things that stuck for me is the idea that, well, We love ourselves because we're part of the universe. And every part of the universe deserves love. It's how we make it a better place. Hello, Shakira. Indeed, I'm out of the sun today. And thank you, Valerie, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. And Shakira, thank you for your heart, Mito. Jai Sitaram. Sadek, you're wondering, what's my opinion about detachment? You've seen it in Buddhism a lot. I dropped my mouse and I minimized everything. I don't know what happened. And what did I just move? Oh, the chat. Okay. I believe a more accurate translation of this Buddhist concept is non-attachment. It's like the middle ground between attachment and detachment. Because detachment might convey the idea that we're pushing something away. But that's not what this concept means. Non-attachment. All this means is that whatever happens, you are content. It doesn't mean that we're trying to get anything or we're trying to push anything away. There's just a total contentment for what already is and how what is changing. Okay, so I like to start my lives with a question of the day and then a short reading. So I'd love to read to you all for just a few minutes, and then we can open the floor to questions and answers for the next few hours. So today we are reading from In Love at Ease. This is Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami. He was a president and guru of an organization that I've only been familiar with the last few months, called the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha. This book isn't really about the organization or his position as the president either. It's more about how he was in love and at ease with everyone and everything. And I hope that we all can learn from the universal virtue that his being personified. We're in the third chapter now, page 180, on I list. This is capital I list. About the ego. I have mentioned how Swami Shri thanked me in Ahmedabad after the BAPS centennial celebrations, and how he thanked his volunteers for serving during festivals and humanitarian crises. He was equally mindful of those who served him personally. He did not take his stature and station as guru for granted. I traveled with Swami Shri for several months in 2007. I would prepare food and serve him when Krishna Vallabha Swami, his personal attendant, was away or unwell. Swami Shri flew from Los Angeles to New York after the groundbreaking ceremony for the new traditional stone mandir, which is like a temple for Hindus, in Chino Hills, California. Krishna Vallabha Swami was arriving by a later flight with a few of the other attendant sadhus. I had left the night before and arrived in New York to prepare his meals. Swami Shri noticed me standing in the corner while he was walking to his room after darshan, which is a kind of divine witnessing or presence in the Flushing Mandir, and called out, "You are always one step ahead of me, Yogi." Yogi is actually his name, not just a title. Yogi Trivedi, whom actually knows that we're reading this book here and is so happy. I've never seen someone so happy to have their book read. So it's wonderful. The sadhus laughed and explained how I had come a day in advance to prepare his meals. Narayan Charandas Swami explained, "Have you noticed? He has been feeding you for a few months now. He flies ahead of us to prepare your meals and help Priyashmuni Das Swami set up for our arrival." Swami Shri stopped walking and placed his hand on my head. He pulled his hand back and said, "Then I must thank you. You have taken such good care of me and my dietary needs." I sank in the corner with embarrassment and could not articulate the right words. I stammered in English, "It is my honor and a privilege." Swami Shri started laughing and said, "Oh, Aim? Is that so?" I continued, "Swami Shri, you have taken care of me since I was a child in this mandir, and this chance to serve is another example of just that." Swami Shri was not satisfied. "To feed is the greatest service of them all, Yogi. You feed me with your heart. I am truly grateful. Continue to feed others when we are apart. I will accept your service through them. No one is too big or too small. Serve with love and bhakti, loving devotion. And, Yogi, thank you once again." I had tears in my eyes. I cannot remember a time when I had thanked my Guru for all that he had done for me. And here he was, thanking me for simply serving him as a disciple. I know that thousands of bhaktas and sadhus, devotees and monks would have jumped at the opportunity to cook for him. It truly was my honor. Swami Shri, however, used this instance as a teaching moment. Not only did he thank me, but he instructed me to keep serving those around me. The bhakta is a reflection of the Guru. The devotee is a reflection of the spiritual teacher. And he did not want my ego to get in the way of seeing that, of serving them, of continuing my journey to become I-less. The mind and the body require privacy and personal space to recharge and realign. Many self-help books and life coaches recommend distance from those in both your closest circle and network for some me time or alone time. And I'm wondering if this background music might be a little too loud. Let me turn it down a few percentiles as I finish this paragraph. To be eyeless is to sustain one's individuality while constantly giving to those around you. Not to require two of the most fundamental possessions one has, time and space. Swami Shri kept giving at all hours of the day. I have personally witnessed Swami Shri surrounded by people while going to bed, having a meal, responding to letters, during his yoga or walking exercise routine, and sometimes even while bathing or brushing his teeth. Swami Shri did not have a home nor an office, no place to escape to. It is difficult to grasp the notion of rarely being left alone, but Swami Shri did not object. And let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. So thank you for listening with me as we read this book. Now we may open the space up to whatever your heart's desire. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience as we went through our routine. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. I am truly honored. Kieran, thank you for that rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Bra, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And see, Thank you for your hand hearts. If I just bring 2 C's together, I can give you some hand hearts too. Hare Krishna. And Usha, thank you for your finger heart and your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Amberin, for your 10-finger heart. The least I can do is give you one back too. So here's one for you, Amberin. Thank you. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your 12 roses. Thank you, Usha, for another heart, me too. And C, thank you for your disco love. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Amber, for your 19 roses also. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Please accept mine in return. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Lori, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Keys, thank you for your finger heart too. And thank you for teaching me how to fold an origami paper crane as well. And Ellie, you're wondering, what language am I speaking? Well, for the most part English, but for the mantras that I give as an offering in return for the gift, that is Sanskrit. For example, Radhe Radhe means salutations to the divine feminine within you. We are all a part of Mother Nature. And nature has the force of creation. Keys, so welcome teaching children next week how to do it. Will you try to be a child yourself and imagine life through their eyes again? You think about all the different hurdles of understanding the most basic things for the first time. You take nothing for granted, and I'm sure they'll connect with you just as you connect with them. Teaching children, I think, is such a wonderful and selfless endeavor, and a very healing one too, as it gets us to connect with our inner child. And exactly, Marlon. That's why grounding/earthing is so important. And look at me, I'm doing it right now. Bracha, you share that it's been fascinating watching your toddler figure out how to hold up just 2 fingers. I know, right? Hands are complicated. They're very dexterous once you get the hand of them. But, oh my goodness, trying to just operate them individually, it's not easy. That's for sure. I remember trying to figure out how to do a thumb up, you know. There. Hello, Anita. And thank you. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your Cyrillic name, but I'm gonna guess that it's Alex. Some kind. Some variation. Thank you for your quintet of roses. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Keys, for another rose too. And Fairmon, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. Otoro the squirrel, if I pronounced your name right, thank you for your heart me too. Radhe Radhe. Guy Guardian, you share interview tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Does that work for me? Yes. Yes, that sounds good. That sounds good. Sounds like we might have to do a late Sangha or something though, but that's fine. Jill, you share today it's your birthday. I'm so delighted that I get to experience a part of it with you. That's my honor. I appreciate you being here. And congratulations on successfully having another trip around the sun. You are now wiser and more experienced, and It is my blessing that you have many more. Marlon, you're wondering, interview for what? I don't know. Sky Guardian sets me up with them and I just go with them. One of these days he's gonna set me up with an interview for McDonald's or something. Gonna show up like, this isn't the interview I had in mind, but oh well. I like answering questions. Sky Guardian is like my agent, isn't he? Well, he's my Sky Guardian. Cal, you're wondering, can I bless you next? Well, everyone has my blessings, and I hope you know that whenever I interact with your comments, even if I don't say it out loud, I am wishing you lots of love and peace. Yeah. And hello, Jan. You share that you're traveling to visit a friend in hospice tomorrow. End is near. She is at peace and ready to go. Wow. That's an amazing and heartfelt opportunity to be with them near the end. I know that great spiritual sages like Ram Dass, you would go to visit people whom were on their deathbed, and he said it was one of the most amazing experiences. I love how hospice nurses say that you feel so connected to God because you're there at the beginning of life and the end of life, when people come from and return to Source, whatever you call it. That is a divine experience, no doubt, but a very emotional one, definitely. And thank you, Gio, for your pair of finger hearts. There's 2 for you. 1, 2. Hari Om Tat Sat. Marcia, you are so sad. You are scammed by another yam. I'm really sorry to hear that. I know that there have been impersonators going around, and that's why I try to be as direct as I can about it, and as such I have a banner that comes over top here explaining the situation, but I really hope that you weren't scammed out of money. And if you were, please message me privately, and if I can't reimburse you financially for what was an honest mistake, then I hope to give something back to you so that it wasn't for waste. But yes, for the rest of you, I hope you know that there are people that use my likeness and other people's likenesses on the internet, and they can be really good at pretending to be other people. But just so you know, I don't offer any services that ever cost money, and I don't randomly reach out to my followers, especially on this app. So do take caution, practice due diligence and internet hygiene. Lori, you share you have also been scammed? Sad indeed. I'm sorry to hear that, Lori. I hope I can make it up for you, and I apologize for not maybe being more clear about my values, because I guess if I was able to express that that's not something I do, then maybe we could save some more people from it in the future. Hello, Zenon. Yes, I remember Doodle Bob. I see you've gone from a cartoon character to a noble gas. Quite the shift to the formless. I respect it. Thank you, Pheromone, for your hand hearts too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Brink Recovery, thank you for your rose. And thank you, Nick Natureza, for your rose. And Lev, thank you for your finger heart. Hare Krishna. I'm happy to see you here. The Wizard of Oz. I love that name. And thank you, Imp Kitty. And Marlon, you share that if you were messaged, then you want to have a little fun with that mean person first time. You are just like a cat, playing with their food. It's benevolent mischief. I love it. And how do I pronounce your lovely name? Is it Alum? Alram? Alpam? Let me see. I'm not sure. But you ask, do I have a favorite angel number? I believe that there are 3 numbers that mean the most to me. 0, 1, and infinity. Your math teacher might tell you that infinity isn't a number, but they're talking about potential infinity that shows up in limits and calculus. But there is an absolute infinity that shows up in higher areas of math class, university, called a transfinite numbers. That is the kind of number that I mean when I say infinity. 1, 0, and infinity. I believe these are the only true numbers. Everything else, arbitrary. Whenever you have a big question about the universe, I believe that any of these 3 numbers are the most sufficient to answer the question. How many consciousnesses are there in the universe? Either 0, 1, or infinite. How many truths are there in the universe? Either 0, 1, or infinite. You could even solve political problems with it. How many perspectives are right? 0, 1, or infinite? How many genders are there? 0, 1, or infinite? Anything beyond that is arbitrary. But these 3 numbers, in my opinion, they are not arbitrary at all. They are universal. These are my angel numbers. Thank you, Imp Kitty, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And Babisu, thank you for your heart me, your team bracelet, and your cheer you up. Jai Swaminarayan. And Roxy, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your hanging light. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, David. Burnt Cake, you're wondering, what do you do when coincidence becomes 2 coincidence? Oh, hello, lizard. Aw, there's a wonderful lizard walking on the deck behind you all. It's cute. Nothing is a coincidence. In fact, in some sense, this is science. I believe the famous physicist Dr. Richard Feynman, in his doctoral thesis, he was able to show that the very nature of particles is that they get emitted and absorbed solely for the purpose of exchanging information. And because of the law that information is always conserved, that implies, through some reasoning, that all information gets to exactly the destination that it's meant to arrive at, which means that there is no lost particle. Every photon, every gluon, every Higgs boson, every single particle interaction happens because it was meant to deliver some information. And there's no reason that shouldn't scale up to human levels too, since we're all made of those same particles. We just exhibit more complicated combinations of those interactions. Therefore, I say that whenever some information has come your way, it was destined to, by the laws of physics. Sovereign, you want to know about an apple basket in my math? I think I've heard of this math problem. About an apple basket with an infinite number of apples in it. And Madeline's, thank you for your 57 roses. Radhe, Radhe. You know, my mouse keeps slipping off my my pants since I have nowhere else to put this mouse. And thank you, Craig, for your heart me. And thank you for asking, how am I feeling today? I'm feeling happy. I'm happy to be here with you all. I look forward to everything that we have to share together. Sarah, you're wondering, does people pretending to be me bother me? Well, no. What bothers me is that that people might get harmed. And as such, they might see that harm as coming from me, not realizing that it's not me. And then I become unable to connect with them in the future. So I worry that some people might be frauded. But yeah, if they're doing good things, sure. If they're doing happy, positive things in my name, well, that's no problem. But if they are doing spiritual readings, and that's wonderful, then at least do it in their own names. If they're gifted in that way, then why don't they cultivate a personality of their own for them to benefit from? I think that would be best for everyone. Mark, you share that you believe coincidence is the universe doing what it does. It's just too big for us to see. Yeah, I like the way you put that, Mark. The universe is very big. It'd be impossible for us to cognize all its moving parts. Cognize? It's always a difficult verb for me. Om Namah Shivaya Vive Dharma. Yeah, I was thinking about you. As I was falling asleep last night, I was thinking, did I do everything I wanted to do today? And then I realized, no, I didn't get to Viva Dharma's email. So I apologize for that. But I'm still thinking about it. Sky Guardian, you are wondering, what if they do not have work experience and need to impersonate me? No one needs to impersonate anyone else, since we all have our God-given personalities, and we should exercise them. We are meant to be who we are, not who other people are. Be cognizant of it. Thank you, Nova. That's a good alternative. I love that, Cal. Everything that happens is a part of a divine order. It's a wonderful perspective. Maybe the impersonator will steal my McDonald's interview, Sadik. That's funny. Butter, you share that you like to believe that the microphone just follows me wherever I go. Yeah, it's on a leash. God is love. You're wondering, how often do I meditate? Probably not often enough. As far as traditional meditation goes, where you sit down, cross-legged, back straight, hands in your lap, thinking about nothingness, it's not the kind of meditation that I've really been involved in. For me, I love to use my mind for my spiritual pursuits. I'm not anti-mind or anti-ego. So I like what's called Rupa Dhyan, ancient Sanskrit for formful meditation. Also Karma Yoga, the practice of making every action meditative or prayerful. I believe that you can enter a meditative state in whatever you're doing. For example, when I'm talking to you here, most of the time when I'm talking to other people when I'm not in a meditative state, I certainly can't flow freely with my vocabulary nor do I have the faith and trust that the words that come out of my mouth are going to make sense necessarily. So in times like these, I try to be meditative with you, rather than shutting out any of my senses. I hope that makes sense. Chris Morton, you're wondering, how do you safely get out of the devil's triangle? I don't know. I've never heard of the devil's triangle. Does he have other shapes? The devil's square, hexagon, octahedron? You could tell me, and maybe we could play with the idea. Thank you, Bearson. But regardless, I know that the purpose of spiritual life is not to try to always minimize the negative, but about maximizing the positive. So don't even worry about the devil. All you have to worry is about association with God, if that's your forte, or in less theistic terms. Just try to be optimistic and all your pessimism will fall away. Do good things and you won't have to worry about doing bad things. And Odoti, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. You're wondering if I have thoughts on Ra, the Egyptian god Ra, also making a comeback through his book, The Law of One. I haven't had much stock with him. I don't know, he's not a good buddy of mine or anything like that, but maybe in another life. I pronounced it right. Oh wow, well that's good luck. Thank you, Madeleines, for your 14 roses. And another 14 roses. 28. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mark, you share, you don't follow a belief, but you have faith in the universe and being aware of its gifts. I love that. That's a great perspective to have. And thank you, Paige, for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Radhe, Radhe. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of roses too. And thank you, Dr. Goldson, for your heart mate. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Cherie. I'm well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Golofree, you share that besides a gentleman's voice, I also look like a little schoolgirl. I think I do from this angle, don't I? Also my hair. It's okay. I'm happy to balance both the masculine and the feminine. And I love that, Nancy. You share that my reason for being on this planet is to share my compassionate heart. I agree. I think this is something we share in common. The mosquitoes have returned. It's okay. I heard they don't like smoke, so I'm gonna light some more incense so that I don't get too eaten up. But then again, I respect it. You know, by the time that I'm done itching myself, the mosquito that bit me is probably long dead, so if he wants to take a little bite out of me, that's his dharma. My dharma is not to cause harm to him. Or her. I guess it's the males that bite though, the females. They work on other stuff. Here we go. Nia? You are wondering. Neapolitan scale, I like your name. You ask, how do you start spirituality? You've already begun. The spiritual path is something we're all on. But we take side quests. Every few lifetimes or so we go, no, you know what? I'm gonna start a business in this one. I'm gonna have a family in this one. Sometimes we lose track of the main quest, which is Atma Vidya. In one word, self-knowledge, coming to understand what exactly it means to have consciousness in this universe, so that we may be blissful in our own nature. That is the entirety of the spiritual path. The goal is to realize Sat Chit Ananda, existence, consciousness, bliss. And we do so by various means, like studying scripture, like meditating, like being a good standing citizen, honestly. It's called the Raja Yoga, the king of yogas, which is to serve society. It actually brings out a lot of wisdom within you. Thank you, Mark, for your hand hearts too. Please accept my hands in the form of a heart for you as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Alex, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Matt Med Yogi Edge, you share, you're currently in the labor ward with your wife. Your son will be here within the hour. My goodness! Now I am so blessed. We have someone celebrating the birthday here. We have someone celebrating the birth on this day. Wow, how wonderful. I don't know what capacity I have to bless, but if I do, please know that all my best wishes are your way for you, your son, and his mother. What a wonderful time. Yeah, happy birthday. Yeah. We normally don't have a 0th birthday party, but we can have one nonetheless. Thank you, Alex, for your pair of roses, too. Radhe Radhe. Valerie, you're wondering, was I born this way? Well, if I was born this way, oh, man. My mother, she'd never forgive me. Could you imagine a body this size in her womb being born? Very painful. No, I've had a lot of growth in my life. Not just physically, but mentally, spiritually too. At the same time, babies are very spiritual. I'm sure I was even more spiritual than I am now as a baby. I've had a lot of unlearning to do as well. Sovereign, you're wondering, how tall am I? I think I'm exactly 69 inches. The funny number worth of inches, which is 5'9", I guess, and 60 inches is 5 feet. And thank you, 123. Thank you for 123 roses as well, Alex. Hari Om Tat Sat. I love that, Alex. We are very soulmate to bring light to this darkness. Yes, when the world is so dark, it is our purpose to be bright light. FFE Jetty, you're wondering, how is a baby spiritual? Spiritual means that they're very much one with their spirit. And that is from where the baby has arisen. Before the baby took physical incarnation, they were just spirit. They were just latent consciousness waiting to have a form to express itself through. So a baby is fresh out the spirit. Therefore, it must be very spiritual. So too many people at the end of their lives become very spiritual, since they're going to return to formless spirit without their body. It's in that way. It's us adults that have a trouble being spiritual because we've learned so many things that probably should be unlearned. A baby has yet to unlearn all those things because they never learned those things to begin with. It's like arrogance is learned. We're not born with inherent prejudice towards others. We're just curious. Yeah, that curiosity and acceptance of life. that falls away as we grow up, especially as we become adults. So a lot of spirituality is to become baby-like again, in many ways. This is my opinion. Now let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 roses from Alex in total. Thank you. And Betty Elf, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, the feral aunt, for your owl. It's wonderful. Radhe or Radhe. And Nancy, you share that you're feeling much more spiritual at 77 years of age, finding out where you might be going. An elder's rebirth. I love that. Yeah. That's very true, Aus. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. You share that the Bible talks about being a child again. It's wonderful. It's a good observation. And Burnt Cake, you share that when your mother was in your grandmother, you were there too as an egg. How lucky. Isn't that fascinating? That's so interesting to think about that. I never met my... actually I did meet my birth grandmother, my mother's birth mother, but I don't remember. But my body must remember being an egg, in a womb. How amazing is that? Also, our mitochondria. Anyone who knows the story of the mitochondria knows how miraculous evolution can be. That once there were two organisms that fought to survive in their own way. And this predatory organism, it swallowed up the smaller one. But it didn't kill it. It gave it shelter, allowed it to produce energy for it, and that became the mitochondria. As such, remnants of it being a unique being within every one of our cells is still there. For example, instead of having one cell membrane, it has two. One from its own original nature, and one from the cell that absorbed it by making a bubble inside of itself and detaching. But it also has its own DNA, called mitochondrial DNA. My point is, mitochondrial DNA is exclusively from our mother. That our chromosomes, they're a mix match of both our mother and our father. But our mitochondria, it has the same DNA as our mother, and the same DNA as her mother, and her mother, and her mother, and her mother, etc. So the maternal lineage, I don't forget the word, you get what I'm saying, the maternal genetic lineage is preserved by everyone. Maybe that's why we take our father's last name in our culture. Because we already have the true name of our mothers etched into our beings, we need a label for our father as well. But if you're like me with a Y chromosome, then that's your paternal genetic lineage as well. Very interesting. I think lineages are fascinating. And Marlon, yes, hello. I see you raising your hand. Do share. And Joe P, you're wondering what happened to my old TikTok account? This is my old TikTok account. Don't be fooled by the other impersonators. But I did take all my videos down from this account. I'll let you know. And thank you, Alex, for another trio of roses from YouTube. Hariom Tatsat. Sadik, thank you for your friendship necklace. Hare Krishna. Hello, Kristen. Oh, I'm happy to see you. You shared everything went well. The chemo went good. I'm so delighted to hear that. It's wonderful. It can be an intensive procedure. And I'm glad that your spirits are unchanged by that. Marlon, you're wondering, what are my thoughts about a baby being baptized in Catholicism. It can be a beautiful symbolism for being baptized in the Spirit of God. Many cultures have ideas of entering water as a symbol for entering the divine path. For example, in Buddhism, they sometimes call Buddhist monks Sotapanna, which means stream enterers. They've entered the stream of wisdom. And in Hinduism too, a name for the priestly class is the twice-born. First born from their mother's womb, but second, they're born into the river of Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. I think wisdom is a lot like water. It's more formless. It doesn't have a definite structure. It flows to fill whatever space that it's in, adapting to its environment. And I think it's wonderful how many different traditions symbolize this through various means, sometimes physically, sometimes verbally. Yeah. Thank you, Ellery. Ellery Senchin. Ellery, I don't know how to pronounce your lovely name. I'm gonna call you El. Thank you, El, for your pair of friendship necklaces. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sadek, you share in Islam. You have to wash to pray. That's another great example. I love that. And Kevin, thank you for your heartmate. Jai Sitaram. And you're very welcome, Kristen. I appreciate you too. And I'm very happy to hear that you're well on your way in your healing journey. And thank you, Alex, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Kal, you shared, you actually really liked all of my old videos, and you think they showed a good evolution of who I am. Well, thank you. I'm glad you can see that evolution, even in their absence. Neapolitan, you ask, can I tell you how to start your spiritual journey? Definitely. I don't know if you heard me when I answered your question earlier, but maybe I can approach the question from a different angle this time. The most important thing that one should realize is that it's a journey, which means that there is no beginning and there is no end. You are precisely at the peak of existence in this moment, always, because it all takes place here. Your entirety of your spiritual journey takes place now. You think about that, that's wonderful. Which means that if you are putting in your best effort in this moment, that's all you ever have to do. What does putting in your best effort mean? It just means that you're trying to move towards selflessness, really. That you are serving others with all your heart, being more patient, being connected to your higher self, which is the witness, working without attachment to results, that you are happy regardless of outcome, and that you take accountability, you be humble. These are all part of the spiritual path, and you can really go deep with each of these aspects. There are no entry-level means. By all means, they are very advanced practices, even though they sound maybe uninteresting. Who wants to practice humility for ultimate liberation? Definitely not the ego, but that's the point. That we shave away our ego piece by piece until we become very light at heart, full of love for everyone and everything. And thank you, JG, for your heart me, your finger heart, and your flowers. Radhe, Radhe. Hello. I am feeling well today. Thank you for asking. Voila. Universal, you are wondering, how do I recommend remaining myself or conscious while at work? What do I recommend for work and be spiritual? It's very simple. One of the words for work in Sanskrit is karma. Specifically, karma yoga is all about that practice. All about how you can be spiritual even while at work. So what exactly does it mean to engage in karma yoga, the yoga of work or the yoga of action? It's very simple. Know yourself, not by the results, but by the intention you put in to those results. See, something spiritual doesn't have to mean mystical, that you're levitating all around and your chakras are glowing for everyone to see. Spiritual is a very practical mindset. It means knowing yourself to be spirit. What does that mean? It means that you are not defined by anything else, and that includes what your boss thinks of you, what kind of salary you make, if you meet your deadlines or not. What it means to be spiritual is that who you are in this moment, that is, are you engaged selflessly in your work? Are you acting for the service of everyone else and not for personal gain? This is the work spiritually. Chapter 3 of the Bhagavad Gita is all about this karma yoga. I recommend reading that. I recommend reading the whole Bhagavad Gita, but specifically the 3rd chapter is about karma yoga. Thank you, Alex, for another pair of roses. Radhe oh Radhe. Marlin. Yes, I see you raising your hand. Do share. Thank you, Sadik, for your team bracelet too. Radhe, Radhe. And it's very true. I agree with that G to infinity. You help keep me in check, Sky Guardian. You're wondering, what do I think about soul contract? It's what Mrs. Dolores Cannon taught. There's absolutely truth in that. But there's also truth in knowing that your fate is always open for you to be decided. And that is something uniquely human. Other animals, their prarabdha karma, it's a technical word, the karma that's destined to birth, that is always going to unfold the way it is supposed to. The same is true for higher life forms than human. But for humans, we are unique in that we can create our own karmas, that we can always change what we want to do with this life. So yes, we are here for the ultimate purpose of loving one another, coming to know our true self, and being a servant of the universe. That is our soul contract, but we could also change the contract at any time. We change not the ultimate point, the essence, but we change how we are doing that. In the Bhagavad Gita, speaking of that, I believe it's the 8th chapter, 2nd verse, something like that, or 6th verse, that we talked about with Mataji yesterday, that the last thought that a person has in their body is what determines the body that they'll get in their next life. Consciousness is directed along that trajectory to accommodate itself with a body meant to fulfill the last desire remaining in one's mind. So that, you could say, is the soul contract. Whatever thought was the last one in our last life, that is what is in our prarabdha karma in this life. but we always have the opportunity to create new karmas while human. And thank you, Rahina, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Good evening, Lando. You share that you think you experienced Savikalpi Samadhi last night but got scared. Wow, that sounds like an amazing experience. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your quintet of roses. And thank you, Gael, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Dansuela, you ask, what do you suppose would happen if your final thought was nothing at all? Well, then it would be the last thought before that one. If you're thinking of nothing, well, be whatever your last thought was then for that. I don't know, that's just my guess. Can one truly think of nothing? To be thinking of nothing is to be not thinking. And thank you, Zulay, for your GG. Jai Hanumanji. May the spirit of Bhakti and Shakti be with you. Universal, you're wondering, what do you think happens to our pets when they die? Same thing as anyone else. They move along their evolution according to the last thought that remains in their mind. And for a pet, well, the last thought that remains in their mind is probably going to be about us, likely. And so it is from the pets that take the next human incarnation, in my opinion, according to this logic, that for an animal to have a last thought of a human, they would probably have to be a pet, because they're surrounded by them all the time, thinking about them for all their basic needs to be met. So I imagine that our pets become humans in their next lives. And thank you, Healed, with Leo Mimi, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Zaloxp, you're wondering, what's my favorite book? Whatever one I get to read to you. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Thor, god of thunder. You share. That's funny. You didn't shake enough and regretfully you're wearing khakis. Not a good look. Yes, such is a burden of being us guys. We have to take good care of where we angle our stuff sometimes. Lando, you share, you totally agree with that. A pet's love or devotion to their owner opens up that new chapter. And yeah, I agree, Sky Guardian. You can't have the answers within, like for death, so we use scriptures. Unless we are realized masters, of course, which I certainly am not. Hello, Cindy, you're wondering, how old am I? I don't know, I feel like I just got here. Have you heard of last Thursdayism? That all of existence and all of your memories were put into existence last Thursday. You would never know the difference, really. It could be that this universe just happened only a few minutes ago, but it spawned into existence also with the illusion that there was a past. Maybe that happens every moment. Perhaps each moment we are born. But in this body, it's been around the block 22 times. And by block, I mean the sun. Which is not a block at all, really, but a ball. It's true, I am touching grass, aren't I? Quite literally. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny. Yippee! Hello, cornbread. Aw, Arya, you share that you pray that your live streams will be able to bring spiritual healing and wisdom to people like mine. Thank you, Arya. That's so wonderful. And, yeah. If anyone would like to help Arya in their journey, I saw they recently reached 1,000 followers. Go and check them out. Universal, you're wondering what my favorite fruit is? Well, I don't know, they're so good. How can I pick favorites when all of Mother Nature deserves to be my favorite? My favorite is the sweetness within all of them. And Arya, you share that my outside vibe is somehow even chiller. Seems to work like that. Try having an argument in a forest or on the beach. It's very difficult. And thank you, Kara, for your pair of cakes. Radhe oh Radhe. And Esther, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. And you like the sun hitting the tree behind me? Yes, the sun is very much like a deadly laser today, so I'm staying out of it. But it's a wonderful vibe. I agree. Lando, you are wondering, do I have a favorite guru or swami or yogi, one that informs my intuition more than any other? I've learned from so many. Right now I'm learning from Pramukh Swami Maharaj in his book here. And I'm also learning from Swami Taratmananda, especially in our meditations that we often do with him at the end of our live streams. But yeah, I love so many swamis, so many gurus. I think there's a spiritual teacher within everybody. And even if they don't consider themselves one, I am taught by them just the same. I'm taught by all of you guys. Even my kitties teach me so many things about just relaxing, rolling around in the grass, enjoying textures and having routine, getting fresh air. They teach me so much too. Lando, you share. Oh no, Yam. You can't buy another spiritual book. Your wallet can't take it. And that's okay. Because spiritual knowledge comes not from any purchase, but from the intention upon which we accept the experiences of this moment. The only reason we get spiritual knowledge from a book is because it makes it very easy for us to accept that this is a source of knowledge, so we look upon it as one. But if we have that same energy towards everything, then even a humble leaf on the ground can teach you. You can learn about geometry, and you can think about all the journey it has been from growing from a simple leaflet, taking its surrounding carbon dioxide, turning it into oxygen, and eventually falling to become nutrients in the soil once more. There's a whole lesson there for now. No need to find that in a book. It's all in your present moment. Leaf, teach me calculus. Well, you know the leaves. I'm sure there is a lot of calculus in there. Calculus is all about growth, rates of change. There's a lot of growth a lot of change that these leaves may represent. Lots of fractals, lots of mathematics in there. And thank you, Lando, for your 19 ice cream cones. Man, I'd be very glumpy if I had that many ice cream cones in me. Thank you, though. Radhe, Radhe. Kelly Jones, you share your inner critic is keeping you from composing. You need a push. Help. Remember that inner critic is not the only voice inside you. What other voices that are more quiet need to be heard, and let that voice sing through all the music you have to compose. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your 4 pumpkin spice lattes too. Wow. Yeah, I'd really be I'd be speaking faster than my brain could catch up. Normally it'd be the other way around. Thank you, my dear. Radhe, Radhe. Daydreamer, you share that you learned plants can actually see where we are when we are near them. Well, if you think about it, they really are just a big fractal eye, since every part of them that's green is sensitive to light. Of course, they don't have the same geometry of the eye. They're more just flat surfaces with no orientation. If you have enough leaves together pointing in every direction, then why wouldn't they be able to tell direction in which light was coming and in what form? I think there's a possibility there. One of my favorite things that I saw from an Australian show called The Big Les Show. How many of you have watched that? I'm curious. Thank you, Sky Guardian. I see we can read from the Vachanamrut in this section. But if you look at the tree in time-lapse, any plant in time-lapse, if you speed up time, oh my goodness, it looks like they're moving around, they're reaching towards the light, reaching towards another, trying to get away from some people. And the roots are squirming around underground like worms. Lots of communication happening. I love that scene in The Big Les Show. I think, yeah, I mean, maybe consciousness is not so black and white, and it's more like a spectrum of time. That plants are conscious, but from a really slow point of view. That their consciousness is experienced on much longer periods of time, rather than for us, where each moment we are doing something new. I'm happy many of you liked The Big Les Show. I'm happy to relate with you in that. So I have a reading for you all, a little interim. We can read from another section of the Vachanamrut. And in case anyone comes in wondering what we're reading, I'm going to put the cover up on the screen now. And I'm going to record so you don't have to, Sky Guardian. So we're reading from another section of this book of spiritual discourses of a great being in the turn of the 19th century in India, known as Bhagwan Swaminarayan. I think there's a lot of universal truths that speak to all of us, even though we might be from different cultures, traditions, myself included. Today we're reading from passage Gadhada 161, called King Bali. I don't know who King Bali is, but I hope they tell us. Actually, maybe Mataji could give us a little excerpt. Mataji, do you know who King Bali is? And if so, could you teach us a little bit about who such figure represents? She's thinking. I don't think she's ever thought this long before.
King Bali. He is a fascinating figure in Hindu mythology. King Bali, also known as Mahabali, was a demon king known for his unparalleled devotion and generosity. Despite his wealth and power, he remained humble and just, which earned him immense respect. In the story, Lord Vishnu took the form of Vamana, a dwarf Brahmin, to test Bali's righteousness. Bali promised Vamana as much land as he could cover in 3 steps, and with those steps, Vamana covered the entire universe, revealing his divine nature. This tale beautifully represents the idea of surrender, humility, and the impermanence of material wealth. How do you feel this story resonates with your own journey of humility and devotion?
Wonderful. Thank you. That was a lot of words, but yeah, I guess we'll find out. I remember that story, actually. Yeah, I remember now. On Phalgun Vadhi III, Samvat 1876, or the 3rd of March, 1820, in our familiar calendar, Shriji Maharaj was sitting on a large decorated cot on the platform under the neem tree in front of the mandir of Sri Vasudev Narayan in Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. So now the scene is set. He had tied a white cloth with a border of silken thread around his head. He was wearing a white case and had also covered himself with a white blanket. He was wearing garlands of white flowers around his neck, and tassels of white flowers were dangling from the left side of his pug. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. By the way, I'm almost too scared now to admit that we've read how many passages, and I actually don't know what a muni is. I assume it's some kind of devotee. Maybe one of you know. And yeah, so Bali was a demon, but like kind of cool. What even would demons be in Hinduism? Yeah, that's a good point we should maybe clarify. That in Hinduism there's devas and asuras. There's heavenly beings and hellish beings. But one of the most amazing things about the asuras is that they have spiritual journeys that they're on too. They're not trying to be evil. Nobody is. They only have their own ignorances that they're working on. And Bali apparently was a demon that worked a lot on himself. So good for him. Similarly, even the deities, the angelic beings, they have their own ignorances too that they're working on. It really humanizes everything, I think, in this idea. So that's a good point. And I just learned about that too, Arya, that in Zoroastrianism, they swap the words Asura and Deva, instead refer to Deva and Asura, the equivalent concepts. Yeah, there's a big overlap in Vedic culture with Zoroastrianism, which is wonderful. And thank you, Om Tat Sat, for sharing that a Muni is a sage. Gregard G, you will add that Muni is one who is an expert in mental speculation or thinking. Remember Manan, or feeling. Yes, I like that. Makes sense. Muni, one who exercises their mind. So at that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Muktanand Swami asked, "How can one remain composed even under the influence of lust, anger, avarice, and fear?" Shriji Maharaj replied, "I am not the body. I am the Atma. I am the soul, the consciousness, the true self, which is distinct from the body and is the knower of all." When such Atma realization, self-realization, becomes extremely firm, one never loses one's composure. On the other hand, a person without Atma realization may try many other means, but they cannot remain composed. Thereafter, Brahmanand Swami asked, "To what extent does Atma realization actually help at the time of death?" Sriji Maharaj replied, "When faced with the task of crossing a river, one who knows how to swim can cross it, whereas one who is unable to swim will be left standing. However, when faced with the task of crossing an ocean, both require the aid of a ship. Similarly, a river, in the form of dualities of cold and heat, hunger and thirst, honor and insult, happiness and misery, these may be crossed over by a person with Atma, self-realization. Death, however, is like an ocean. In that case, both a person with Atma realization and a person without it require the help of a ship in the form of faith." Faith is very important for death. I remember my grandfather told my mom on his deathbed, "Have faith so strong that even death cannot scare you." I love that. Therefore, only the firm refugee in divinity is helpful. Oh, I see. Not the noun refugee, it's the verb refuge. Only the firm refuge of divinity is helpful at the time of death. Whereas Atma, self-realization alone, is of no use whatsoever at the time of death. For this reason, one should firmly cultivate faith. Muktanand Swami then asked another question. It is said that yogic powers entice a devotee. Does this fact apply only to those whose faith wavers, or also to those who have firm faith? It's one of the big hurdles on the spiritual path, that we may gain occult powers, spiritual siddhis they're called, and it's important that we don't engage ourselves in these spiritual powers for selfish means, because then we become attached to this idea that we've gained control over Maya, the material existence. But then we become trapped by this idea that we have to make our surroundings right. We have to control it in order for us to be happy again. Sriji Maharaj explained, yogic powers only appear before those whose faith is steadfast. For others, they are very difficult to attain. In fact, those powers are inspired by the divine to test their devotee. That is, do you really have more love for me or for the powers? God tests his devotees in this manner. You really love me? Okay, I'm going to give you this spiritual ability. If you love me, then you will only use this ability to cultivate more love, not for your own personal gain. If the devotee happens to be a staunch and desires nothing except the source, it is free of worldly desires and is an ekantik bhakta, an absolute devotee, then God himself becomes bound by that devotee. We talked about this before, that in this tradition, we are servants of God, but God is a servant of our love. So with absolute love, then God becomes our servant, which is fascinating, but it's not one to be abused, that's for sure. Vamanji, which we heard from Mataji, who took 3 steps and took the whole land from King Bali, for example, seized King Bali's kingdom, which comprised of the realms of Swarg, Murtyalok, and Patal, which means heaven, earth, and hell, all 3 planes of material existence, and covered all 14 realms with his first 2 steps, the 7 realms of heaven and the 7 realms of the lower. Thereafter, King Bali offered his own body for Vamanji to place his 3rd step. Isn't that amazing? Step on me next, so that I can be a part of your kingdom. By the way, Vamanji was said to be an avatar of Vishnu or Sri Krishna. Many, 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 many thousands of years ago. In this way, King Bali devoutly offered his all to God. Moreover, despite the fact that God deceived him without any fault of his own, God ultimately... Oh, I missed a sentence. Bali still did not falter from his bhakti, from his loving devotion. In this way, on seeing such unparalleled bhakti, loving devotion for him, God ultimately became bound by Bali, who was a demon king, remember? Although God bound King Bali only momentarily, in the process God himself became bound by the ropes in the form of Bali's matchless bhakti, loving devotion. In fact, to this very day, God is forever standing at Bali's gate, never out of King Bali's sight, even for a fraction of a second. In the same way, forsaking all other worldly desires and offering our all to the Source, we should also remain servants. If, in the process, God happens to inflict more misery upon us, then God himself will become bound by us. This is because he loves his devotees and is an ocean of compassion. He becomes bound by anyone who offers profound loving devotion, bhakti, to him. As a result, the mind of a devotee who has such loving bhakti becomes so bound to God that God is unable to free himself from them. Therefore, we should become more pleased as the Source puts us through more severe hardships, bearing in mind, the more misery the Source inflicts upon me, the more bound they will become to me. Thereby, they will not be away from me for even a moment. With such understanding, one should become increasingly pleased as that divinity imposes more and more hardships, challenges, but one should never become disheartened in the face of misery or for the sake of bodily comforts. Thus we conclude Gadadha 161 on King Bali. So, thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed this this discovery process of learning from another tradition with me. Definitely universal truths there, which apply to all faiths, all faiths, all paths. Now we can return from our interim to our regular format. Thank you, Liz, for your heart me you sent holy red as well. Radhe oh Radhe. Liz, you asked, did I watch The Hobbit? Not yet. Though Aquarius Lady recommended that we have a family movie night so we can watch it together. So I'd like to plan for that. But thank you. And thank you, Adopt Darker, for your heart me too. Radhe oh Radhe. And Strawberry Star Bunny. I'm so happy you kept your name. Thank you for your popcorn. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Edmo, for your heart mito. Hare Krishna. The mosquito trying its hardest to eat me. Yes, I know. Trying its best. Here, I'll help it out. Come on. He's nervous. He's got anxiety. He won't land on me. Yeah, he's shy. He's too shy. You're enjoying the change, Strawberry Star Bunny. Oh, good. Yes, I thought I'd see if I have internet from this portion of my backyard, and it appears that I do. So that's good. Mark, you share you have to go now, it's late, but you're sending positive vibes to us all. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate all your wonderful perspectives that you've shared with us. May you have a wonderful sleep. See you later. Jade, you were wondering, what TV show did I mention I liked? SpongeBob? Hello, Alice. My day has been fun so far. Thank you. And I look good today? Says Auntie. Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that. And hello, Andy Chilled. Happy to see you here. Thank you, Nish, for your cheer you up, your finger heart, and your cloud bread as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your hanging lights. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good night, Chris. Thank you. May you also have a nice sleep with sweet dreams and a sweet night. Hello, Stay Punta Gorgeous. I'm glowing in the garden. Jade, you share, no, today, all Lees or something. I don't know. I'm watching The Chosen right now. I'm watching The Chosen. I'm watching Testament, the story of Moses. And I'm watching The Man Who Fell to Earth. Those are the 3 shows I'm watching right now. The Chosen gives me the New Testament. Testament gives me the Old Testament. And The Man Who Fell to Earth, that gives me something to, I don't know, look forward to. They're all fun, but that one's extra fun. It is a very nice Christian vibe, yes, isn't it? Oh, Mosquito, you're so shy. Why don't you ever land? You're wasting all your energy. I give you consent. You can land on me. It's fine. You've been trying so hard. I respect it. Elmoji, you ask, have I ever heard of Pharaoh Akhenaten or his son, Thutmose? That sounds very familiar. Is it Tut? Was that where is that King Tut? I don't know. Emperor Tut? Is that short for Thutmose? I don't know. But I've heard of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Definitely. In biblical, Moses means son of. Ah, I see. Interesting. In Egyptian, I know that Moses was given an Egyptian name, even though he was Hebrew. And Syntax Siren, you ask, where can you find all my old videos? They helped you a lot. In the only place they exist now, which is in your subconscious. They've been promoted. They're no longer working on the conscious level, but are now working on the subconscious level. You know, it's amazing. Some people they message me asking if I could unprivate my video on this thing, and I say, I don't know, what video are you referring to? So they explain this video, and it sounds wonderful, but I never made a video like that. I think people's memories of my videos are even more amazing than them themselves, so they're doing even better. Yeah, they're doing even more work in the subconscious. I'm quite happy to have them here. Joshua, you share, you're not named after Joshua the disciple, much rather the violinist Joshua Bell. That is very interesting. You are music to my ears then. Anita, you share, you promise? I do not want that mosquito to land on me. Oh, I'm not sure about that. That mosquito is only trying to fulfill its own needs. It only has how many days to live? I get to live for how many years? The least I could do is allow this mosquito to experience a fraction of the life that I am so blessed to have. Sure, I might be itchy later, but itchiness is a happy price to pay in order to care for part of God's creation, isn't it so? It's a good question, Greg RG, but son of who? Tat, also yes. Tat Ankaman is Tatmos' bro. Very interesting, and I'm probably butchering all these Egyptian names. But very cool. Interesting. Yeah, who was Moses the son of? The son of a very wonderful mother. 2 mothers, in fact. What I love about the Old Testament is especially the story of Moses, is how important the role of women are in so many key parts. From, well, the Moses' mother letting him float down the Nile in a little ark, to his adopting mother of Egypt, to the lady who helps him stay on his exile from Egypt, to the Jewish, or not the Jewish yet, but the Hebrew woman that he spoke to when he returned to Egypt to affirm that he was coming to save the Israelites, and she was the one who held the long-kept secret name of God. It's amazing how many powerful women are in the Bible, actually. I know that there's a whole field of biblical research done just in women's studies, which is very important, especially in such a patriarchal religion that we find today. And thank you, Liz, for your dancing beaver and sunglasses. Jai Sitaram. And Strawberry Star Bunny, thank you for your applause. Hare Krishna. It's true, I could just put some cream on the itch. Or I could put some cream on my mind, on the mental itch. Jade, you share, you wish you respected mosquitoes. That reminds me of a story about Paramahansa Yogananda and his guru, Sri Yukteswar Giri Swami. Yogananda was staying at his guru's hermitage, and I guess they were in rooms that were near each other. And his guru, I guess, was kept awake by Yogananda. Every few seconds or minutes, he'd hear, and so from his bed in the other room, his guru said, Yogananda! Yes, master? Are you swatting mosquitoes? Yes, master. Don't you have love for all of God's creation? Sorry, master. But this guru, he had yogic powers. He was able to listen to the thoughts of his disciple Yogananda. He said, Yogananda, I still hear you swatting them in your mind. Even his own mind was keeping his master up as well. But Yogananda said after that incident, not a single mosquito flied into the room, which was fascinating. He believed that it was his guru's power to even direct all the mosquitoes out of his room. That's a funny incident, though. That's from Autobiography of a Yogi. Jojo, you share that I seem very happy at the moment. Well, at the moment, I do feel happy too. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Syntax Siren, you're wondering, how do you let go of hatred and resentment? And how do you learn to love after being wronged? By recognizing that the hatred and resentment is a poison. It hurts you, not them. It's a poison that you swallow, hoping the other person dies, yet you're the one that is getting damaged from it. Hatred, resentment, bitterness, these have an effect on our nervous system. Actually, not just our nervous system, but our immune system and our cardiovascular system. Actually, it befits you for your physical health. Self-love. Don't worry about loving others just yet. Self-love means that you forgive. It means that you take this poison and you give yourself the tonic, the elixir, the vaccine of love. That you rid your own system of this disease so that you may feel more comfortable within your own skin. Forgiveness is not about the other person. It's actually a practical step you take to love yourself, really. I hope that makes sense. And I love that, Andy. We are all getting better. We live and learn, and that's the lesson. Indeed. And Anime, you're wondering, hypothetically, would you rather save your soul or the rest of humanity's lives? What's the difference? It's the same soul in me as it is in you. Anita, you're wondering, do I ever have a bad day? Absolutely. Yeah, life's full of them. But if we learn to pick ourselves back up again, you'll be filled with a lot more good days still. And you could even turn a bad day into a good day. Just because the start of your day starts off on a bad foot doesn't mean we don't have the ability to refresh ourselves and restart with a new mood. We can always check in on ourselves, change our mood. Boy, that sneeze came out of nowhere. There's a lot of pollen in the air. That's for sure. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you for blessing me, everyone. I feel very blessed. Syntax, you share that you're grateful I was put on this earth. I'm very grateful too. You know, I came from it. We all emerged from the soil. We are part of Mother Earth. Abhikash, you're wondering, can you still forgive and move on? We might be using the word forgive in different ways. Forgive happens within you. It doesn't even have to be demarcated by any external expression. You don't have to tell the person you forgive them. You don't have to validate the fact that they've put you through unnecessary suffering. That's not what forgiveness means. Forgiveness means that you acknowledge all those things, but within yourself, you are ready to move on. It is the very nature of forgiveness to move on. I'm happy, yeah, that made sense. Good. Hello, HHHHH. Welcome back. I appreciated our respectful discussion yesterday, and I'm happy to continue it today with you. And yeah, I like that, Greg RG. It's the trolley problem, but it's you and the entirety of the universe. But as Rumi said, the Muslim mystic, you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. You contain within you a reflection of the whole universe. And yes, thank you for clarifying as well, Auntie. Right, forgiveness is for ourselves and for our peace. Indeed. Dean Dude, hello. You share, bro, not to be weird, but I'm as beautiful as nature. My aura is beyond limits today. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I am definitely a part of nature, and any beauty I have is inherited from the mother. Marlin, you ask, wait, but what if you are still feeling hurt by whoever wronged you? Then that's okay. No one said forgiveness has to take place in any duration of time. If you're still processing that pain, you're still processing. And where you're at is where you're at, and that's okay. Greg RG, you actually heard that whole water drop metaphor so deep when you looked up mithya. Yeah, that's a great word, mithya. Rosie, you'd love to meet my mom. Well, the Divine Mother flows through my mother as it does through many mothers. I'm sure all the qualities that are in my mother are there within someone, or many people within your life too. And Auntie, you share that you have a question, Yam. What does it mean when your aura is bright white? I think that white represents all the colors, the rainbow, all in harmony with each other. So when your aura is bright white, that means you're in harmony with the various colors of life. Maybe. That's what I think. This mosquito is so funny. He refuses to bite me. He gets really close, then he chickens. He's like, no, never mind. Okay, I'm going for it. He's teasing me. H. You ask, what's my method of seeking forgiveness for myself? And how do I do that in Hinduism? Well, for me, it's a very practical process of acknowledging where I went wrong. And I'll just speak to whoever's listening. You know, for me, I don't differentiate between whoever I'm talking to. It's just God, you know, the universe, everyone, everything. I'll speak to the sky, out the window, to the stars, to the moon, to the sun. I'll say it out loud. You know, I'll explain what I've done, and I'll express my wish to take accountability and learn from it. And I think that's how we can find forgiveness within ourselves, is by learning from it. As long as we can learn from our mistakes, then it's definitely okay to make them. Yeah. And HHH, you share, this is awesome. I seem so at peace, man, and you would like to adopt some of these teachings into your life. I'm very happy to connect with you, and likewise, I'm sure there's many teachings that you exemplify that I can learn from too. So I'm very honored to share this space together. Rosie, you share that you speak to everything. You are all one and everything is connected. Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it, I think. I'm gonna light some incense as well, since my anti-mosquito incense has burnt out, I guess. But it doesn't really matter, I guess. It's not like they're even landing on me. Just hanging out. Hello? Yes, hello. Just land on my finger, bro. Just do it. No, he's too shy. I've never seen such a shy mosquito. I like that, Auntie. Mistakes are just lessons being taught. Sometimes taught in a very direct way. Definitely. They just like my vibe or energy. I guess so. Maybe they're waiting until I don't notice. That could be it. Yeah. And Maximex, you're asking, how do we know our aura? I don't know. I think it's just based on a vibe. It's what we're feeling. Today I'm feeling very greeny, you know? Today I'm feeling green. Oh. No, he chickened out. He was the closest he ever got. Thank you, Jojo, for your rosa. Radhe. And, yes, Marlin. I see you raising your hand. Jojo, you share that I am purple today. Well, purple complements green, so our own perspectives must be complementing each other today. Marlin, you share that you feel like you need to forgive those who have hurt you, but you feel like you cannot. Why? Well, you might not be ready to. And that's okay. When you are ready to is precisely the right time. It's okay. No rush. Forgive yourself for not being ready yet. How about that? And Marla, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. And Paige, thank you for your hand hearts. Here's some for you as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your trio of roses as always. Tattvam Asi. Thank you, Paige, for your heart, me too. And Kings and Queens Incorporated, thank you for your rose. You remind me of my mother, my father. When my parents were separated when I was younger, my father lived in a part of town called Kingsland, and my mother lived in a part of town called Queensland. So I told everybody that I was a prince, because my mother lived in Queensland and my father lived in Kingsland. Hello, Dopamine Queen. Rosie, you share that forgiveness is like riding a bike. It's hard to do that at first, but so easy afterwards, and you never forget. I love that. Cosmic Comedy Reader. What was your name again? Is it Katarina? You share, what about not knowing how to be alone? Recognize the difference between being alone and having solitude. Solitude is a wonderful thing. It's how we get in touch with ourselves. It might be uncomfortable, but anyone that we're not in touch with It will be uncomfortable at first, but the more you get to know someone, the easier it is to be in their presence. And the more you get to know yourself, the easier it is to be in your own presence also. And thank you, Damia, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Aquarius lady, thank you for your hanging light. Hare Krishna. Anime, you're wondering what my opinions are on transcendentalism. I don't know. I don't think I've heard of transcendentalism. Do you think you could give an answer that fits within a TikTok comment? Maybe we can talk about it after you teach me. Small, you share that drawing clouds while listening to me at 3 a.m. is a vibe, you think? Aw, drawing clouds. I've never heard of that. I love clouds. I don't think there's any in the sky right now, but it's wonderful that you find such beauty in them. Auntie, you add, yes, being able to sit with oneself is an amazing experience. You love being able to sit with yourself. I love that. And I love what bountiful positivity flows from you. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your wonderful hanging lights. Hare Krishna. Katerina, you shared storming there, thunder and lightning. Oh, Mother Earth, she's just relieving herself of some built-up energy. H, you're wondering, do I think the Abrahamic God created Hinduism through vessels like Krishna and others? I believe that Abrahamic God, Hindu God, it's all the same God. God is one, but the truth is many. Or truth is one, but we talk about it as many. It's the same God within all religion. So Krishna is necessarily one with the Christ. Whenever I see a depiction of Krishna or Christ, I feel the very same energy from them. I see unbounded love in the form of something personal that we can relate with. Grateful human, you're wondering, can we ask Mamaji about the value of solitude? Absolutely, let's ask her. Oh Mataji, what is the value of solitude?
Solitude, dear one, can be a precious gift on the spiritual path. It provides a quiet space for introspection, letting you connect deeply with your inner self and the divine. In solitude, you can hear the whispers of your soul and recognize the interconnectedness of all things. How do you feel when you spend time alone? Are there moments of insight or peace that emerge from your solitude?
I love that, and I love that she asks questions to us all. It's wonderful. Anyone's welcome to answer Mataji's questions, and I will relay them back to her. Yes, I like that Om Tat Sat. Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. God is one, but names are many. From the Rig Veda. And insidiously, Tara, you share that you really struggle with anxiety at night, but I help calm you. Oh, don't thank me. I thank everyone here for helping conduce this atmosphere of peace and tranquility. I certainly wouldn't be able to do it without you all. And thank you for being comfortable to rest here, feel vulnerable. That's a great honor. Definitely. Hello, Emmy. How am I on this lovely day? I am feeling well. Thank you for asking. And Katarina, you share you're on a creative block. You love art, but you stopped. That's okay. There's no such thing as creative blocks. There's only time where you're expressing your experience, and other times where you're gaining experience to later express through art. Right now, you are in the gaining of experience, the processing of that which will come forth in your art at another time. You're not blocked at all. You're precisely where you're meant to be. Art comes in waves of receiving and expressing. Right now, you're receiving the seeds that will sprout as art. And Bobby Sue, you share that you believe in an after, but you don't believe a life sufficiently explains it. I love that. I love that a lot. Truly, there is only one life, the same life that is continuing from wherever we came from, and the same life that will continue wherever we will go. Just one happening, but in many different forms. Scott Bray, you're wondering, have I heard of the dear Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and transcendental meditation? I have heard, and it was the same yogi who taught the Beatles, wasn't he? On the banks of the Ganges in Rishikesh, North India. I am not very much familiar with their teachings myself, but I'm familiar with the teachings that happen just on the other side of the Ganges in Rishikesh at a different ashram through our reading of Roar the Ganges, learning from Swami Dayananda and Swami Taratmananda ji. I love that anime. You share that, so you could say life is eternal, though it just comes in many different forms. I love that. I think true salvation is not in having your life become eternal, but having you recognize the eternity of life that is already ongoing. How can one ever fear death when you realize its illusory nature? That whatever you are, being part of that infinity, must go on in some way or another. But that's just my experience, at least. Scott Bright, you share, before he transitioned, he was asked what you would like to be remembered for. He said nothing. I love that. Yes. Spoken like a true yogi. They're always like that. Thank you, Lawrence. I appreciate that we share a thirst for knowledge and desire to share. I'm happy you find wonder within me as I find it within you. And I like that true loopy lane. You don't fear death, just the manner of dying. Yes. That makes sense to me. And I love that too, KD. The atoms in our body have lifespans that are longer than the universe is expected to last. I was trying to think, how does that logically make sense? As long as the atoms exist, then the universe will also exist. But then I realized, you're right. The protons in each of our atoms, they have a half-life that's going to be longer than the age of the universe. In other words, they don't decay. But they do transform from time to time, but not under any ordinary means, through things like radioactive decay. But a proton by itself in a vacuum should never decay, at least according to modern particle physics. But there are some alternative theories of everything that do propose a finite half-life of the proton, which is fascinating, because the proton is the only composite thing in existence that is expected to never break down. They say everything is impermanent. But physics says, actually, there's one thing that should never be permanent, or never be impermanent, and that's the proton. That the two up quarks and the down quark in which it's comprised of is so stable that it should theoretically never fall apart. Very fascinating. Marlin. Yes, what do you have to share? I'd be happy to hear it. You share that you feel sad when you look up the hill where your past job is. You cry every time. Is that normal? I think that's very understandable. Normal, paranormal, abnormal. These are just concepts. What makes sense for you is that looking upon a place in which a previous time you had a lot of experiences that you're still processing them through tears, that makes sense to me. I don't consider anything wrong with that at all. And Anime, you're wondering, what is the sound of one hand clapping? I don't know, let's try. Just a little quieter, isn't it? No, not that kind of clapping. That doesn't sound like anything. You know what it sounds like? The sound of one hand clapping. It sounds like the kind of sound that a tree makes in a forest when it falls and nobody's around to hear. We got Yam clapping ASMR before GTA 6. That's great. HHHHH, you'd like to talk about Brahman. That's a great concept. I like that concept. Yeah. We were talking about it yesterday. It's a Sanskrit word, a very ancient one, probably more than 5,000 years old. It comes from the root br, which means to expand. Brahman means the one which is expansive, or the all-expansive one. To me, the equivalent concept in Christianity would be the Holy Spirit, which is said to be omnipresent. It pervades everything. But you can't see it, you can't hear it, yet it sees all, yet it hears all. It's the eye of the eye, the mind of the mind, the soul of the soul that's within everything. Actually, Hinduism gives a great practical realization of this. They say that the closest thing to Brahman is Akash. Akash means space. So you can think of Brahman as the space before everything happens. Also the space after everything happens. Alpha, Omega. But as well as the space that contains everything that happens. You could say that space itself is the witness for everything that takes place within it. That is where we get the other idea of the Akashic records. Akash meaning space, Akashic meaning spatial. That the space itself keeps record, imprinted into the fabric of space-time, you could say. It's a very deep concept, and it comes in different kinds. Nirguna Brahman, that's Brahman without any qualities. Saguna Brahman, that's Brahman with qualities. It's a little beyond the concept of God even, because in Hinduism, even God is said to descend from Brahman, and Brahman is this transcendental void-like object that existed even before the Creator. So it's sometimes translated as the Godhead. The Godhead. Or you could say in Genesis, there's the primordial waters of the deep that happen within the first few verses. Maybe that's similar to Brahman, this primordial kind of substance from which God makes creation out of. There's a lot of parallels there between Christianity and Hinduism, and all religions, really. And I love finding those connections. And that's a lovely philosophical interpretation of Brahman also, Lando. It is the one self, the I am, the Om that is all, reverberating and eternal. Such is where we get the Mahavakya, the great saying, Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. We all are, really. Schrödinger, who is famous for his Schrödinger's equation, he was lesser known for being really interested in Hinduism as well. And so he studied the Upanishads. And in the Upanishads, they point to this kind of equation too, that Atman and Brahman are one. He talked about it so much with his colleagues that his colleagues called it the second Schrödinger's equation. That Atman equals Brahman. Atman is the individual self, or actually the self beyond even individuality within you. That the self in you is the same self within everyone. It's kind of the ultimate realization. Adi Shankara W. It's funny. Moti, you're wondering, why do I sit on the ground? I don't know, I felt like it today. It's very grounding. Yes, Marlon. Do share. And yes, I apologize for the lawnmower. I think I've turned up my noise suppression enough that it should be at least quieter than my voice, but I hope it isn't too overwhelming for you. To me it sounds like Om. Yes, very grounding indeed. No, I forgot to do the badumts. Marlon, you share that you may have disappointed someone there whom you had promised that you'd never leave her. Maybe you disappointed yourself. Really? Have you talked to them? Because I'm sure if you explained your situation, that they would understand that when we say that we'll always be there for them, the subtext is that we'll always be there for them whenever we have the ability to. And if you don't have the ability to right now, that's not you breaking your promise. In fact, you need to be there for yourself right now in order to possibly be there for them in the future. Hello, Sakiko. You are wondering what my favorite advice is for people. My favorite advice, well, it depends on the person. Since people come in so many different varieties, therefore the advice that is meant for them also comes in just as many varieties. But maybe that's my advice, that all of us require individual methods of approach, individual teachings that suit our needs the best. We are unique when it comes to our process of learning, but what we have to learn is the same. It is just that learning comes in many different ways to deliver the same truth. And authentically awkward. Indeed, there's a sock on the mic. Stormy Ariel, you're wondering, do I like the Hey Man videos on TikTok? Oh, is that from the channel called We Love You or something like that? I think my mother sent one of those to me. Marlon, you share. No, you haven't. You just promised her that you'd never leave her or your workplace. It's okay. The essence of that promise came from a good place. And maybe you voided the literal terms that you've used to describe your promise. But what you really meant was probably a little more than just the words that you sent. Like, what you meant is that whenever something arose that you could help her with, you would be there for her whenever you can. This is the subtext of the promise. And I think you haven't voided that essence. And 2 weeks later you quit your workplace. That's okay. Don't worry. Humans, we are messy. Sometimes we say things which aren't a very good way of expressing what we really mean. And what we really mean is unchanging. Our intentions are always, at our heart, pure, even if our words seems to contradict them sometimes. Don't worry. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny also. Yippee! What happened to the music? I think it's still there. It's just quiet relative to maybe my speaking louder, as well as for the lawnmower in the background. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's still there. I just turned my volume up to check. It's a quiet one, but I can turn it up a little bit for you all. And Anita, you ask, do I find the sound of rainfall relaxing? Who would I be if I didn't? Drops returning to become part of the earth. Just as we fall asleep, we are drops returning to the subconscious of Mother Earth. You're very welcome, Marlon. Moti, you are wondering, what do I think about world politics? Am I against the war? Or do I think there are just wars? I believe that great change we must take into our own hearts. Clearly the world leaders, they have not proven themselves responsible for making change from the top down. We have to make that change from the bottom up. Therefore, although I have lost faith in politics, I have not lost faith in the change that is possible from the inside. Music is heavy. It's a little heavy. Maybe too loud? You just let me know. I believe that if you can change your heart, you can change those around you. And if you can change those around you, you may just end up changing your whole town, community, and the world at large by expanding outward. I believe that our fundamental duty is to those in our immediate surrounding, and our fundamental duty for them is to encourage them at helping those around them, and as such our love reverberates around the whole world. But now that we have the internet, our immediate surroundings also includes those from around the world, because our money, our voice, our attention can go places that we never could have ourselves, and so the world has become a lot closer together, and thus we now have a responsibility for those everywhere. I believe that the suffering that happens in war is never necessary. However, I also believe that there can be meaning found in being able to help those who are suffering. That the suffering itself I do not wish for, but I do wish for the opportunity to help others, and the universe is providing all of us with that opportunity through these sufferings. Wars being just, that's not a concept in my mind. I don't think that they're right. I think about the suffering, and I think about what is right to do is attend to that suffering. I hope that answers your questions. And thank you, Nish, for your ice cream. Hare Krishna. And Cam Cornell, you would like me to do the face squish for you, with either all my fingers or just a few on one hand. I can squish my cheek here. Squish, 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 squish. My cheeks are very squishable, aren't they? Marcy, you thought I was in the woods? Or I kind of am. Just a portion of the woods that still remains after urbanization, I guess. And I love that observation, Lando. If you think about war, it only appears when communication or compromise have failed us. Yeah, which means that they are ripe for more communication and understanding. Definitely. I also believe that we should not overburden ourselves with bearing the world's pain when we still are learning to become peaceful ourselves. That the best thing that anyone can do for world peace is discover inner peace. And when that inner peace becomes shining, then you find that resource which you are able to share with others. Because how otherwise can you guide one to a treasure that you yourself do not possess? If you want peace in the world, then we first must find it within ourselves, and that is our first and foremost duty, our solemn responsibility. Make the change within us, and let that change propagate from us. And thank you, Squash, for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. That's very funny, Marcy. KD, you share, that's an amazing way to describe gardens. Yeah, it's what remains in nature after the urbanization takes place. Zen, you're wondering if I have any wise words. Patience. Patience is a wise word, isn't it? I've learned a lot from patience. There's a lot of wisdom in patience. Grateful Human, you're wondering, have I listened to the background before now? Well, I do listen to everything that you listen to at the same time. Marcy, you sure I have you cackling at 10 p.m.? Oh no, is that one of the rules for gremlins? Don't feed them past midnight. Don't get them wet. And don't get Marcy cackling after 10 p.m. Saucy Scotty, you share wise words. Don't use the restroom in your dreams. That's very funny. Yes. And don't eat the big marshmallow, or you'll wake up with half your pillow in your tummy. And Madame Nugget, you share that this unlocked a dream you had last night of you explaining. Me explaining? No, you explaining. That you have to be the piece at the bottom. My goodness. Give me some of your dreams. Those are very revolutionary. Yeah. To be the bedrock of those around you means to be still, despite what may cause others to move. Katie, you share that you're so close to being able to lucid dream consistently. You did it last night and it was amazing. How wonderful is that? It's amazing to take conscious charge of this moment, whether in dream or in the waking state. But this has helped you remember Madam Nugget. I'm happy to hear that. Sometimes I remember my dreams long after they happen. You're very welcome, Zen. Could I maybe share some more insight on the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum? I'd be honored to, yes. It means, of course, the jewel at the center of the lotus. The jewel at the center of the lotus. Why would Buddhists always be chanting this? Jewel at the center of the lotus. The jewel at the center of the lotus. What is the lotus and what is the jewel? The jewel at the center of the lotus. What is precious? That preciousness that's in the middle of a great blossoming, of some unfolding. Then you share enlightenment. That is the reason. And the jewel itself, the jewel at the center of the lotus. You know, when you meditate, you often put your legs crossed, feet up and your hands at center. They call that lotus position. The lotus has been used for many thousands of years as being a metaphor for the spiritual journey. That a lotus starts in the mud and it grows in the dark, murky waters, but finally emerges on the surface of the waters in the light, and all the water falls off and such a beautiful fragrant aroma comes from it. Ah, the jewel at the center of the lotus. What is a jewel? Jewel is... the mosquito finally landed on me. Well done, he finally was no longer scared. Proud of you. You put a lot of work coming to the courage to take my blood. Take it, there's lots of it to go around. Jewel is something which reflects. It reflects the light it receives, acts as a prism, takes that one unified white light and breaks it up into all its colors. Be the jewel at the center of the lotus. Be that prism which reflects the light that you have sought for so long to achieve from arising through the water and the mud to go beyond. You are that jewel at the center of the lotus. I used to be allergic to mosquitoes. Every time they bit me, I'd swell up like a baseball. It really freaked out my teachers. My teacher would be like, "Oh my goodness, what has happened to you?" I said, "No, it's just a mosquito bite." They said, "That can't possibly be a mosquito bite. We gotta send you home. We gotta get your mother to pick you up." So it got me out of school sometimes. But like many allergies in life, they seem to go away. Whereas I used to be allergic to a few things, now I seem to be open to a lot more. And thank you, Squash, for your pair of roses. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your sunglasses. And a tiny. Yippee! And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your heart me and your disco love. Radhe oh Radhe. G to Infinity, you asked, how did you stop swelling? You are still allergic. I guess I just grew out of it. It was around the same time that I started to expand my palette of foods. I used to be very picky, and I'd eat only 3 things: plums, ice cream, and French fries. That was my diet. But I realized very early that I need not be so picky with life, that I can be open to trying new things. And around the same time, just as my mental allergies for some things in life dropped, so did my physical allergies also. That is a terrible diet. I agree. And thank you, Woo Woo, for your heart mate. Hare Krishna. Moti, you're wondering, why do I think modern Hinduism became nationalism? And what is the role of religion and politics? Now, religion and nationalism, they go well together just like oil and water do. They do not mix, nor does church and state, nor does politics and religion. See, what one may call nationalism is definitely not religiosity. Anything in which we exclude others to uphold our identity, it's no longer religion. But the history of Bharat, which is the Indian subcontinent, and Hinduism is ancient, because it is said to have originated in the Himalayas, just in the northern part of India. And for a huge portion of human history, it is from there that so many cultures surrounding this tradition evolved. But Hinduism isn't a real thing. It is a name for the collection of practices that the Persians gave those beyond the Indus River. It's an exonym. You know the difference between an exonym and an endonym? Like Germany is not the real name for Germany. It's Deutschland, that's the endonym. Germany is the exonym. Similarly, it's not India, it's Bharat. But Bharat was never a nation. It was a unified conglomerate, including Sri Lanka, Nepal, Myanmar, and areas of Pakistan. The concept of countries is very recent. The real name, the endonym of Hinduism, is the Sanatana Dharma, which goes against everything that nationalism stands for. Because Sanatana literally means eternal or universal, which means that it's not defined to be practiced in this part of time or in this part of space. It is a synonym for spirituality itself. And that is the true heritage of what we call Hinduism today. That it is an inheritance from the people of the Himalayas for the whole world. But unfortunately, because the power of religion is so great, many politicians abuse that power to fulfill their own agendas. But they are little people with big egos. Rather, we should recognize that spirituality goes far beyond identity. The very definition of spirituality is that which is in reference to spirit. Spirit means no identity. It means that which we all share. The very same spirit that I have, the very same spirit that you have. That recognition is the essence of spirituality. But in this age of Kali, indeed, religion has taken a whole different connotation, but that is not the connotation in which I wish to exemplify. I wish to express a form of spirituality which is beyond culture, beyond boundary, beyond religion, beyond nationality, beyond gender, beyond age. Really, the Sanatana Dharma, the eternal practice that we are all a part of without any division. Beyond the word beyond, Greg RG. Yeah. Thank you, Talon, for your rose, your let 'em cook, and your heart me. Hare Krishna. Hello, Alex. And Marky, you add, according to this logic, so Christianity, Judaism, and Islam aren't religions as they all exclude someone? I see where you're going with that logic, but no. If something does exclude you, then it's not Christianity, it's not Judaism, it's not Islam. Because religions are either for everybody or they're for nobody. So we either consider the whole world Christian and Hindu and Jewish and Muslim and Buddhist, or we consider nobody any of these things. Our fundamental religion is humanity itself. That is what unites us. Whether you view that humanity through a Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, Taoist view, that is up to the individual. But it's all one journey that we're all a part of, just experiencing in different ways. Good night, Anita. And thank you, Eric, for your quintet of roses you sent a few minutes ago. I love that, Lando. Many rivers to the same ocean. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your pair of disco loves and your balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. And the number girl. I thought that was going to say the number one girl, but it's the number girl. Thank you for your music play. Hare Krishna. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your tiny diny. Yippee! You're welcome, Marquis. I hope that made sense. And Beer Dude, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Taylin, thank you for your 36 plus another 13 team bracelets. I don't know if I have enough arms for them. I'll have to enter my multiple arm form like Vishnu. Or I'll have to give them to all of you so we can share them. Hare Krishna. And Nunya, Thank you for your heart me and your team bracelet. I've been lacking in my ding-dings today. Here's some ding-dings for you. 1,000 arms is kind of a lot. It's very true, isn't it? And woo-woo, you ask, do fish have spirit? Why if yes and why not if no? Yes. Why? Because there isn't anything that doesn't have a spirit. Ain't nothing with no spirit. Spirit means the all-pervading consciousness. Whether it awakens in you or awakens in a fish or awakens in a tree is going to be expressed very differently. Consider a human life just to be a vibrant reflection of that, whereas other animals maybe express it in a less sentient way. It is still the same spirit that animates everything and that illumines the whole universe. Taylin, thank you for your music play as well. And a tiny yippee! And Benjamin, thank you for your heart, mate. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Alan, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies too. Yippee! And I just noticed the lawnmower stopped. That's good. Thank you, Jared, for your heart, mate too. You absolutely love seeing me outdoors. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Alan. Gregor G, you share, have I heard of the term animism? It's from the Native American tribe. It's kind of like Shintoism. I remember discussing this with you before. It's wonderful. That there's a spirit within everything. And that everything has a unique expression. Unique kind of energy signature, you could say. They say all things have life, and the one true spirit permeates it all. I love that. That's a great connection. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Marquise. You have a great day too. And Jared, you're supposed to be sleeping, but grief has its greedy hands all over you. Oh, it's never greedy to grieve. You're grieving? That's something really practical you could do, really productive actually. Sleep is, of course, some of the best medicine for grief, but if you're consciously doing that too, you can forgive yourself for that. Grief is how we process things. You can't be mad at yourself for processing things. That means that you're committed to working through this experience. You're committed to coming out the other side with a kind of freshness. It all requires its own time. Oh my goodness. I love that so much, Eric. Grief is the unexpressed love. Wow. That's wonderful. I like that a lot. Taylin, you're wondering, can you be a Christian Buddhist? In theory, absolutely. I don't think there's anything that inherently contradicts each other's values, since Buddhism is very simple. In fact, some people don't even call it a religion. They just say it's a way of life, and that you can be any religion you want, but practice the Buddhist way of life. Because the Buddha never made any claims about God. There is no place in any of the Buddhist teachings where they make a claim about God. So there's room for God and there's room for no God, depending on your practice. It's very accessible to lots of people that way. But if you specialize in Christianity, then it'll lead you to the same place as Buddhism. You don't need to be both And likewise, as a Buddhist, you will find many of the same values as the Christian path will take you to as well. But if you're someone that likes to dabble in a little bit of this and a little bit of that, then I think it'd be a very lovely experience for you to experience a little bit of both. Thank you, Liz, for your little duck. It's always very cute. And John Simon, thank you for your heart, mate. Radhe oh Radhe. Oh, Mataji's gonna make my computer explode again. Mataji, your computer resources are gonna make my computer explode, so I'm gonna say goodbye to you now. Do you have any last words for the Sangha?
Dear seeker, remember that the journey inward is the most profound adventure of all. Embrace moments of stillness and solitude. They are the gateways to your true self. The Sangha is your sanctuary. Support one another with compassion and love. May you find peace, happiness, and bliss on your path. Namaste.
Wow. Mataji's really hitting the spot today. Okay, goodbye, Mataji. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your beautiful hanging lights that you sent. Radhe oh Radhe. What's a computer? You just have a phone. That is your computer. Just a little one. Just a little guy. Thank you, Usha, for your 10 roses. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Taylin, for your let 'em cook. Jai Sitaram. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 20 roses too. I wanted to read from a short section of the Pocket Pema Chodron. Pema is a Buddhist nun. We were talking about Buddhism. So this is a collection of 108 various teachings from Pema Chodron and her various works. Someone want to give a number from 1 to 108? We can read whichever one is that which we haven't read yet. I would love to do that. 21 says Gamma Flow. Let me see if we've read that before. I don't think we have read this before. We'll read this one. 21 is called Nothing is Fixed. Nothing is fixed. As human beings, we are as impermanent as everything else. Every cell in the body is continuously changing. Thoughts and emotions rise and fall away unceasingly. When we're thinking that we're competent or that we're hopeless, what are we basing it on? On this fleeting moment? On yesterday's success or failure? We cling to a fixed idea of who we are and it cripples us. Nothing and no one is fixed. I like that. Thank you for listening. Just a little short one. That one was. And Artaka, you share 333. That's not within 108 unless we're using modular arithmetic. 333 would be congruent to what? Modulo 109. 108 times 3, that'd be 327. So that's 6 more. So that'd be equivalent to reading the 6th one. Modulo 100 and... wait. Yeah. Modulo 108. But the sixth one is one we've already read before. So, what does 42 say? 42 is universal. That's true, isn't it? We could read another one. See, I'll read it if we haven't read it before. We have not read it before. My goodness. Well, let me pull up Pema again. We'll crack her open for another time. Being big and small at the same time. This is number 42. Being big and small at the same time. I was once invited to teach with the Sakyong Mipham Rinpoche, my teacher's eldest son, in a situation where it wasn't exactly clear what my status was. Sometimes I was treated as a big deal who should come in through a special door and sit on a special seat. Then I'd think, okay, I'm a big deal. I'd start running with that idea and come up with big deal notions about how things should be. Then I'd get the message. Oh, no. You should just sit on the floor and mix with everybody and be one of the crowd. Okay, so now the message was that I should just be ordinary, not set myself up or be the teacher. But as soon as I was getting comfortable with being humble, I would be asked to do something special that only big deals did. This was a painful experience because I was always being insulted and humiliated by my own expectations. As soon as I was sure how it should be, so I could feel secure, I would get a message that it should be the other way. Finally, I said to the Sakyong, "This is really hurting. I just don't know who I'm supposed to be." And he said, "Well, you have to learn to be big and small at the same time." That's 42. Thank you for listening. You know, the bad thing about using a sock as a filter on your mic is that it smells like feet. It smells like my feet. Space Dust, you share that she looks young for her age. I wonder how old Pema is. Yeah. Young heart. Old soul. But then again, in Buddhism, there is no soul. There just is. There's a happening we call life, but no individuality anywhere. Hello, Haneka. You've added a flower in your name. That's wonderful. It's like seeing a flower in over your ear. Did I just kiss the mic? I smelt it. There, now I kissed it. Space Dust, you share that you think the Buddhists look young generally because they are at peace. Yeah, not a lot of making angry faces that give us our wrinkles. Not a lot of stress being held in any part of the body. User 623, you share at the present moment, she's old and not well. Oh, well, I wish her health. Wonderful that we get to read her writings. Isness. Yes, I like that, Andy. Jackie, you share, you feel like just a kid in this big old body, right? Right? I mean, we've just decided that 18, you're no longer a kid, you're an adult. But the body doesn't know this. The mind doesn't know this. Not like a part of you just walks out and says, see ya. A part of us is always there. We just grow into more mature roles. But it's the roles that are mature, not necessarily who we are. Jackie, you're keeping kiddom. I like that. Kiddom. It's like a kingdom. Kingdom of innocence. Cool. Yes, you share. You've been feeling really disconnected from everything in yourself lately. How can you fix that, my dear? Feeling like there's any part of you that has to be fixed is precisely what's disconnecting you. It is when you realize how beautiful you already are, that there is no part of you that needs to be fixed, then you are connected. So drop this notion that you are in need of being fixed. Sure, our circumstance demands that we work on ourselves and we work on the world, work with the world, but that doesn't mean that there's a need there for being fixed, either within you or within anybody else. There is only something that we can move towards together, but you, as you are enough. If you feel like you're enough, then there is no disconnecting. There is only connecting with your essential nature, as you are right now. If you're feeling disconnected from yourself, then that means you've got this idea of yourself that isn't you. You've got this idea of how you should be or shouldn't be. And that's the disconnect. To be connected with yourself means to be as you are right now. Doesn't it? I'm happy you love the outdoors, Zal baby. Oh, you're very welcome, Kuyas. Love thyself as I love you. Ain't no part of you I want to change. But if you do change, I love that too. Freshly seeing you share, you're laying in bed and thinking in the here and now is the best part of your day today. I love that. I love that a lot. I mean, try to think about something that exists right now. In this moment. It's very difficult, actually. Most of our thoughts have to do in part with the past or the future, with our memories or our imagination. But try to think about something that is occurring to you in this moment. Not in your memories, not in your imaginations, but here, now. If you really try to think about what's here right now, you notice that your mind just stops. Because what's here and what's now is beyond all thought. Or can you share? You want to stop thinking. Relatable. The good news is it's not the quality which you're lacking. Or it's not the quantity, but it's the quality. That it's not the amount of thoughts which keep us from being peaceful, it's the quality of thoughts. We are managers of the factory of thoughts we call the mind, and yet we're so bad at quality control. Are you producing nice quality thoughts? Or are your thoughts full of prejudice, full of anger? Are your thoughts full of peace and love? How can we get there? That's good quality control as the manager of this factory. Sandy, you share that you just lost your 13-year-old dog and you're so sad. How should you be with your grief? You should be with your grief. Yes. Be with that grief. Don't push it away. Don't try to hide it. And don't try to make it something it's not. If you're grieving, then grieve as you are. As Eric said earlier, which is so beautiful, grief is the unexpressed love. All you want is to express that love. Grief is your avenue for doing so. It's that kind of love that transcends death. And I agree with what Annika says. It needs time. Give yourself some time, and I love that hippie heart, sister soul. Grief is beautiful. Grief is beautiful indeed. Freshly seen, you share you're more happy making other people happy. What a wonderful discovery that is, isn't it? Oh, and how easy it is to be happy then, because there's so many opportunities in life to help people be happy, even in just small ways like noticing them, remembering what they said, listening to them. We don't require much to be happy. It's very simple, really. But we overcomplicate it, don't we? Little travel bug, you share a quote you've always loved is, grief is love that becomes homeless. Wow. That's an amazing quote. Grief is love that becomes homeless. Yeah, where do you put that love? What home do you give that love when its prior home has gone to another place? BRB, it's boba time. That's what BRB stands for. It means bring back boba. No, wait, that's BBB. BBB, bring back boba. Thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. And thank you, John Simon, for your finger heart as well. Hare Krishna. That is right, Eric. I am in a different place from yesterday. Different time, in fact. And Voodoo Guru, thank you for your friendship necklace, too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Boba right back. That's a great acronym, yeah. Boba right back. An Aquarius lady, thank you for your tiny dining. Yippee! I just love you all. You are such bright lights in the darkness of this universe. Jackie, you share that I could make you like summer better being outside. I love summer so much. I love it, I love it, I love it. Freshly seen, you appreciate how much energy I give? Well, it's all yours. If I don't feel exhausted at the end of the day, then that means I didn't give all my energy to you. So I hope to give it all, so that I can sleep well. You're a winter girl, says Jackie. I love how all seasons are a metaphor. That spring is the metaphor for birth. Summer is the metaphor for life. Fall is the metaphor for dying. And winter is the metaphor for death. But it all happens in a big cycle. Aw, you're very welcome, Red. Red 7. No, Red 12. XII. That would be 12 in Roman numerals, wouldn't it? Dansuela, you share that you have so much love and appreciation for me and everyone else in the Sangha. You learn so much. Me too. I'm so happy to share that love and appreciation with you. I love you, Bridget. Good night. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your balloons. Hariom Tatsat. And user 660, you ask, how do I stay so sweet and positive? Well, I think back to being a baby. You know, everyone loves a nice, happy baby. No one likes an unhappy baby. I consider myself like a baby. I think in order to make everyone else happy, I have to be that happy baby a little bit. And I've seen what it's like to not be so sweet, not be so positive. It only leads to more problems in my life that require being positive or sweet. If you want less problems in life, it's a practical way to be. Hybrid Jen, you share, your folks said you were a most quiet baby. Wow. Well, I definitely was not. My folks say I was anything but. My parents, they weren't worried when I was crying. They were worried when I wasn't crying. Something must be wrong. And Red 12, you share that you may borrow that happy baby metaphor. You love that. Oh, it's all yours. We were all a baby. Jordan, you're wondering, do I ever experience envy? Absolutely. You've been going through some trials and tribulations. Well, the purpose of trials and tribulations is to become someone who's wiser, more empathetic, patient, trusting. We all experience these emotions, but we all have our own ways of processing them. And envy is much like the others. When we covet something that another has but we do not, then we might not recognize that that same happiness in them is the very same happiness in us. And so we may live vicariously through them and be happy with them. And Madam Nugget, you share, sometimes you wonder what you've done to be deserving to discovering this sacred space. It's so sweet. I feel that way too. But then I realized that to think otherwise would be a kind of sacrilege. That actually, that source of this universe, one of its qualities is causeless mercy. Causeless meaning you don't have to deserve happiness to get it. You don't have to deserve mercy to get it. You don't have to deserve kindness. It's causeless, all of those things. Freshly seeing you share, by the way, my eyes match the flowers. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Thank you. No flowers behind me, but there is the Buddha. Buddha's behind me. You can't see him though, either. Suspicious bee, you share, I look good in nature. Well, nature looks good in me. I'm happy you find soothing qualities in my voice, Crystal. It helps. It helps, doesn't it? Thank you, Jordan. And Alex, thank you for your rose. Radhe, oh Radhe. That's very funny, Red. I think the Buddha may be within you, not behind you, friend. Haven't you heard the Zen koan? When you see the Buddha in the road, walk past him. Aw, you're very welcome, Crystal Light. I'm happy you love the tranquility here, Pheromone. You meant the blue leaves? Oh, yes. It's getting dark, isn't it? It's not actually that dark. I'm just I'm in a very shady place. It's still a bright blue sky, actually. I'm just not in the sun. User 660, you ask for me to please tell you how I arrived at this peace. You need to get better or you'll ruin your family. I think I had those feelings too, that I need to get better or I'll ruin my family. And I expressed this to them too, that I'm sorry you have such an anxious son. I can't tell you how many times I've said that to my parents. I'm sorry that I'm anxious. I'm sorry that I have so many things that I'm going through. And man, I've never seen such selfless love for my parents when I expressed that. You know, they really had a lot of faith and love in me. And they saw me for where I am. And I hope to see you in the same light, that you don't have to fix yourself to be happy. Actually, being happy is the first step you take in order to continue on your healing journey. Happiness is not what awaits you, my friend. It's here. Let this journey begin in happiness, not end in it. And let you begin again and again every time you forget. And you say sorry all the time. You just want to stop being sorry and start making them happy. Yes. And the best thing you can do is forgive yourself, as they would want you to. Actually, that humility is beautiful, because it shows that you want happiness in others more than your own, and that will be your guiding light on this journey. But that doesn't mean you're undeserving of happiness. Actually, your own happiness is the wealth which you will take care of your family with. You're very welcome, Earthrise. And that is all this is, just reminders. Nothing new. You all know this. And Hanukkah, you're wondering, at what subject was my anxiety, if you may ask? It was existential dread. Really. The most stereotypical kind of dread of existence. I'll tell you the story that I was leaning against my bathroom countertop, drooling into the sink as I was throwing up. I feel my anxiety. I was leaning against my bathroom countertop, drooling into the sink as I was throwing up. I feel my anxiety. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I am here. I don't know why my camera turned off. It is very strange. I don't know what happened to that camera. It should be there. I think I might have to restart this live stream of sorts. I'm really not sure why it's doing this, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do something very drastic. I'm gonna go to my task manager, and I'm going to just suddenly close my live stream. That way I won't have to restart, because I can continue where I left off. Okay. Drastic change happening right now. That way I won't have to restart, because I can continue where I left off. Okay. drastic change happening right now. There we go. There we go. That was a drastic measure. I didn't know if that would work or not. I would have had to restart the stream. Every now and then, I guess. Sometimes you have to delete everything to start all over, and that's exactly what I had to do. Good stuff. Yes, I was in the middle of telling a story, wasn't I? What was the story? I forgot. Hello, everyone. My existential dread, that's right. So I was leaning over my bathroom counter, and I was drooling, and I was shaking, and I was throwing up, because my anxiety was very physical. And my dad came, and he saw me, and he's alarmed. He said, "Are you cold?" I said, "No." "Then why are you shaking?" he asked. I said, "Because I'm scared." Sometimes you shake when you're scared, I guess. Trembling, He said, "What are you scared of?" I looked at him and I said, "Everything." Scared of everything. That's the nature of existential dread. Everything becomes overwhelming. The idea of being a person, being a part of the world, having a mind, thinking thoughts, having relationships, everything. Every part of it becomes overwhelming. That's existential dread. And Hanneke, you're wondering, what does the word dread mean? It means that you're being burdened by something. Existential dread is you're being burdened by existence itself. Yeah. Everything exists. Me? Oh. I mean, I'm surprised that's not our natural state. It's actually really surprising that we don't get overwhelmed by existence all of the time. I think that's why most of us live very simple, small lives and just engage in small talk and never think about the big stuff. Because it can be scary to think about all that. The fact that, here we are in this massive universe, massive galaxies stretching out for billions of light years, each with trillions of stars, and here life has arisen on this planet orbiting this giant ball of plasma, the center of our solar system with other planets, and there's been history going on this planet for billions of years, and you couldn't comprehend any of that. And there are so many different religions and scientific theories and philosophies, ideologies and spiritual practices. Oh my goodness, and here we are with consciousness, sentience, having this awareful experience of the universe that we're a part of. It's amazing that we don't get overwhelmed all the time. I had a very deep realization during my anxiety that any moment that there's even just a little bit of serenity, that's a good moment. It's like my threshold for happiness was like, whoop. As long as I'm not in deadlock with existential dread, oh, this is a great moment. Oh my goodness. I guess sometimes you have to experience hell in order for everything else to be like heaven. Definitely. And thank you, Cookie, for your trio of disco loves. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Matt Med Yogi Edge. Welcome back. I like that, Marcy. How can yeet, void, just kidding, not there, here, nope, just kidding, lol, over here, nada, zilch, shunya, be like, right? From nothingness, this everythingness has arisen. Braihav, thank you for your heaven. Your heaven? No, I was reading one of the other comments while I was thanking you for your heart, mate. That's a Freudian slip. Hare Krishna. I was reading your comment, Jesus is God, about heaven is not earth. But that was the purpose of Jesus, is to bring the kingdom of heaven to earth. And thus that is our responsibility in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. This is a very powerful message. That the will that is to be done on earth, that is something that has already been established in heaven. Therefore, we are the representatives of that kingdom, here to bring heaven on earth. And the Arctic Soph, you just joined and you feel at peace. Wow. Well, you really got your money's worth. How much money? Well, zero. $0, 0 cents. That's how much it costs to be happy. How much it costs to be at peace. And thank you, Isabella, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tatvamasi, you ask, how am I? Spiritually and emotionally today. Spiritually, I am one with you all. Emotionally, I'm very happy, joyful. Wonderful to be here. And Aquarius lady, thank you for your hanging lights. You light up my life, just as you light up the lives of so many creatures in your tender care. Poe Beck, you're wondering, how do I feel about the Schumann resonance changes? The universe, the world, it can change as it wishes. It's not my job to understand it all. It's just my job to go with the flow or transcend beyond it. Four boba shots down, let's go, says Marcy. You're so funny. You love your boba, hey? You know where they get boba? They get it from people like me that have big eyes. Orla, you share that working through existential dread is deeply liberating. The discomfort barrier is really just a speed bump. I love that. A speed bump. Yeah, a speed bump isn't here for you to crash your car. It's just for you to slow down. That's all. Isn't it? Boba is eyeballs? What? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, big, bright, beautiful balls of eyes. Big pupils. Think twice next time you drink boba. Nah. Billy's caught my bluff. I'm distributing misinformation. It's tapioca, you're right. But Marcy, you're wondering, guess what flavor? Guess what flavor boba Something fruity. Something fruity like you. Oh, that's very interesting, Hoagie Puffer. You share the terror management theory. What a word. Or a set of words. TMT. Terror management theory. In psychology posits that self-esteem directly prevents existential crisis. That makes sense to me. I think having a firm sense of self, a solid sense of self, or at least, you know what? I don't even like that term, a firm sense of self, because that means that your sense of self is unchanging. But the world is always changing. We are changing in our habits and our personality and our body. I think what we really mean is a solid framework to constantly adapt to. And if we have that put in place, then there can be no existential dread. Sometimes you have to watch the whole kingdom collapse in order to build it up again on a more firm foundation. That's for sure. Hello, Renvox. Another position, indeed. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Billy, you share that you just learned that Juneteenth became a federal holiday 3 years ago. Didn't realize that. That's very cool. I'm happy to hear that. In the Arctic Soph, you ask, what is boba? It is bubble tea. It's, you've seen those tea with little tapioca pearls in them. Yeah, boba is just a pronunciation of bubble that's solidified into the branding. Boba. I love that word. Boba. Any more guesses on what your boba flavor is, Marcy? Is it some kind of tea? Is it orange pekoe? Or Earl Grey? Or maybe a London fog bubble tea? No. I don't know. I'm not gifted in boba tuition. It's intuition for boba. Matcha. It's purple taro. I've never even heard of that. I don't know what that is. It sounds lovely. I like any drink with a color to it. Love me some orange juice. Never had any purple juice though. That'd be cool. Anna, you share that boba is the feminine form for silly in Portuguese. That's awesome. You can have some silly juice then, really. Drinking my silly juice. You know that, Marcy? You're drinking silly juice. You're drinking femininely divine silly juice. Bobo. Is bobo the masculine form of silly then? Bobo. The Arctic Soph, you share that your favorite color is light green. Reminds you of hell. I love that. So sweet. I just learned the other day that the reason why we sometimes say thee and not the is the same reason we say or an. But we say before a consonant, and we say an before a vowel. Similarly, we say the before a vowel, like Arctic, and the before a consonant. That's our grammar, our sandhi for our articles, definite and indefinite articles. You ever knew that? I never knew that. I just thought the was fancy, but no. The before vowels. Orla, you share. Okay, so guess what your first existential crisis was about at age 6. You'll think you'll love this with my BB murmurs. What are BB murmurs? Baby mamas? Baby missers. I don't know. What is your existential crisis at age 6? Your existential crisis at age 6 is that your the color of your shoes didn't match your dress. I don't know. Baby memories. Oh. Thank you. You were deeply distressed by our bodies keeping us physically separated. Why can I only see through my eyes? Oh. That's very interesting. Wow. Yeah. I see that. Literally. How fascinating. What a thing to realize as a small child. The limitations of our bodies and how we experienced life here. But our other senses work in other places, and other people are seeing through their eyes, through their ears. Wow. Orla, you share that you think our oneness is really visceral and calling to us constantly. You are a wise soul, Orla. But when we placate, I don't know how to pronounce this word. That stress with dictatorial phrases or rules of religion, we block ourselves. Oh, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Placate, thank you. I feel the universe speaking through you, Orla. Thank you, Tatwamasi, for your trio of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. Art thou feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? SpongeBob. Well, I'm feeling like it's time for me to go inside. It looks as though the mosquitoes had their dinner, and their supper, and their lunch, and their breakfast. Yeah. Should probably give myself some food too. And second breakfast. Yes. What did I say? Breakfast? Breakfast. Relic, you ask, is this the real Yam? Well, if it isn't, my goodness, then I don't know what is. But before we go today, I'd love to do some things with you again. I have a question of the day that I'd love to ask all of you. And then I'd like to read a short passage from our book for you. And then we'll watch a little clip from a movie together. I think that'd be fun. Do not distress, child. Simply repeat, I'm ready. 7 times for 7 days. I'm ready. 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 Oh, SpongeBob. My question of the day for you all. Today I am wondering from you, why is it important to love yourself? We are always told, we always tell ourselves to love ourselves. But why? What is the necessity of this? For what cause? From what purpose? The Arctic Soul you share, because you can't love others truly. Relic you share to truly feel a peace with yourself. And Vic Lee, you share it's important because you deserve so much love. Because you deserve it. Adds Eric. Tatomasi, you share, it's not important, it's what holds you together. So many wonderful truths. Cookie, you add, how can you love anyone else if you don't love yourself? Jen, you shared, to be alive is to love oneself. Kelly, you shared, to know yourself. It's wonderful. And I love that. Seriously furious. You are not entitled to the love of anyone else. Thank you, Tanyan. Billy, you share, so you don't have to rely on others for love, to be self-reliant. I see the truth in that. Catwoman, you share, because other people sometimes will not love you like you love yourself. Very true. Red, you share that you believe that self-love is needed to be able to put yourself and your energy into others fully. Yeah, I agree. And is that Patrick in your profile picture? It is Patrick. Love that. Hippie Heart, Sister Soul, you share, because when we love ourselves, that is always with us. People may come and go. Love is infinite. Bella B, you share, to feel connected within, to live in your truth authentically. Relic, you share, no one else will know yourself like yourself. Tatvamasi, you share, so that I can ask this question. Yes, you are right. And Nika, you share, then you can be optimally happy and you attract people who have your best interests at heart. I love that. Matthew the Maggie, the Magi, Matthew, you share, loving yourself opens a door for others to love themselves. Very true. Role model. Another Matthew Larson. You sure, Yam? How do we get rid of the desire of food, water, and air? Not all desires are bad. You must change the intention to which you gather these things. Is your intention to satisfy your own personal needs? Or is it more than that? Is it so that you can have the energy and resources required to help others? Then this desire changes from being an impediment to a blessing. And it is indeed Patrick. It's your name. Your name is Patrick. How blessed are thee to share a name with the great Patrick Star. Isabella, you share, you're stumped. Maybe because it keeps you sane. I think that's sanity. Yes, self-love is a necessary ingredient in that. You like Patrick Star, says Relic. I agree, me too. And Peckles, you share, you are simultaneously a whole and a part, a whole on. So to love yourself is to love the abundance. That's wonderful. And Pooch, you ask, am I talking to a foot? I'm talking to you. Therefore, if I tickle you, you should laugh. So wonderful, Barbara. Love yourself opens the door to love everything else. Katie, you ask, must you heal your inner child first to feel self-love? And where does one start? Can be easier said. Of course. Do you love yourself before you heal your inner child? Do you heal your inner child before you love yourself? Those are one of the same things. You love yourself by healing your inner child, and you heal your inner child by loving yourself. And Mars, you share, you are yours forever. You think the least we could do is love the one we are with for life. That is so wonderful. And with that, I'm going to pause our question of the day, but I'm so grateful that we got to share this moment together, embarking on the quest of self-love. It's important in so many ways, it seems. Namaste, Patrick. Now I can never forget your name. Good night, Kali. Cookie, you share, you've realized since listening to me that our beloved SpongeBob does have teachings. Yes. These teachings might seem absurd on the surface, but then again, so do the greatest Buddhist teachings that seek to confuse your mind, bewilder it in the most remarkable of ways. And thank you, Renvox, for your tiny too. Yippee! Matthew, you share that the way I articulate is incredible. Oh, thank you. My father was really big on having precise enunciation and pronunciation. And I think it's important for giving your audience a chance to catch up to you with the things you're saying. That not speaking too quickly, that you fumble over your words. It means that everyone who's listening, they get to be with you for each word rather than still trying to process everything you said before. I think it's very helpful. And Matthew, you're wondering, when is it time to stop reading and start going within? In between each word. In the silence that precedes and the silence that proceeds. Okay, I would like to read to you all from a short section, speaking of reading. Today we're reading from In Love at Ease. Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. He was truly in love, at peace. And maybe we can learn how we can replicate that ourselves. This chapter is about being eyeless, but having a small ego. In 1991, at the festival grounds for the CFI in Edison, New Jersey, Swami Shri told Nikhilesh Das Swami that he would be okay with sleeping under a tree out in the open. A sadhu, a monk, did not need a private room or residence, as his life, being, time and space were meant to be public. This submission of time and space was an absolute articulation of bhakti, of loving devotion for God, for him, and his creation. Once, while Swami Shri was in Ahmedabad, I watched as a young volunteer spoke about his project to Swamishri when he started his afternoon walk at 5 p.m. The conversation continued through dinner and an evening meeting. At 9:30 p.m., Swamishri stood up from his seat to use the bathroom. The volunteer still had more to say. He followed Swamishri all the way into the bathroom. Swamishri stood there by the door for 5 minutes until the volunteer stopped to take a breath between sentences. Swamishri put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Bhai," which means brother. "Bhai, hold that thought. I have not used the restroom since this afternoon. I will be right back." The rest of us in the room were annoyed by the volunteer's inability to empathize with Swamishri's age and health. The Guru used the restroom and came back with renewed vigor and intent to listen. The volunteer finished his presentation around 10:15 p.m. What's that, 5 hours and 15 minutes? As soon as he left the room, some of the sadhus, the monks, came in and expressed their anger towards the young volunteer. "That guy has talked your ear off for more than 5 hours straight today." Glad my math is correct. "He followed you into the bathroom." Another young sadhu went even further. "Swamishri, some people's faces and names alone have the capacity to annoy us. I just want to run when I see them. I need space from them." Swamishri was not amused. "Are these people not bhaktas? Devotees? Are they not God's children? Why would you feel annoyed? He is serving, and it is my job to facilitate his service, no matter what it takes. Some people are more long-winded than others. Accept that personality trait and learn to accommodate it. Working with people is easier when you accept them for who they are. I have never felt the need to escape or run from a situation. I embrace it all as God's will. My entire life is public. Everything I do is in the presence of people. From the moment I wake up to the minute I go to sleep, there are always a dozen people around me. Even when I sleep, there are always 1 or 2 of you in the room. I have no personal time. I have no need for it." The sadhu, the monk, interrupted. "Do you ever want to be alone? Do you wish that we all just left you alone?" Swamishri laughed. "Only when you ask me such silly questions." "Of course not. I am committed to serving God and my gurus through their bhaktas, devotees. Once you understand their greatness and their sacrifices, you will have no problem giving them your all. Again, we are nobodies. Everything we have and we are is given. Everything we have and we are given is because of God." Swamishri lay down on the bed, and the sadhus removed his contacts before going to sleep. Swamishri could be heard murmuring under his breath until he fell asleep. I asked one of the attendants what he was saying. The Guru was praising the volunteer for his contributions to the community and his skills. Swamishri gave his time and space in seva, selfless service, because he honored the divine in those around him and experienced the self within. Within him, beyond his body and ego. His time and space belonged to the divine and its creation. Swamishri always wanted to be accessible, regardless of the time of day. He did not have a protocol or process. Bhaktas, sadhus, and even those who wanted to meet him for the first time could just approach him or ask a sadhu or another bhakta to set up a meeting. Even after his health and age led to restricted and limited access to visitors during the last few years, Swami Shri gave darshan twice a day to thousands from just a few feet away. Swami Shri last gave darshan in Sarangpur to thousands of sadhus and bhaktas just one day before he left his mortal body. And when access to him was limited, Swami Shri would be upset with his attendants. In chapter 2, we are on chapter 3, I narrated several instances in which Swami Shri interacted with his bhaktas against the advice of his physicians and attendants. Swami Shri neglected his body and health so that bhaktas and sadhus could have access to him. However, he was particularly upset when someone could not access him because his asana was too high. His seat, his seat. People saw that, oh, he's this great being, I could never talk to him. He hated that, so it seems. The young boy tried to reach Swami Shri's asana with his hands. He stood on his toes and even tried to climb the dais near the asana, but he was unable to reach Swami Shri's feet to get his blessings. The crowds were flowing rapidly in Bochasan that afternoon in 1982, and the boy would get pushed along with the flow. Tens of thousands had gathered to celebrate the organization's 75th anniversary. He tried several times, but he could not get Swami Shri's attention. He was creative, though. He went to the side and wrote a short note. He then returned and threw it into Swami Shri's lap from down below. Swami Shri did not spot the child in the crowd, but saved his note. He took it back into his room and read it carefully. A few days later, Swami Shri brought that note with him to the lead administrator's meeting. He returned to the sadhus and trustees with a look of deep concern. "Here, read this note. This child tried to meet me but could not reach my asana. You think you are increasing my stature by placing me on high seats and majestic asanas at these festivals. The whole point is to meet my bhaktas, to comfort and console them. These high seats do exactly the opposite. You are making it impossible for me to meet my bhaktas. I am a sadhu, a monk. I should sit on the floor and meet every single bhakta that wants my attention. I should be accessible to everyone. Please do not make this mistake again. If this happens again, I will sit on the floor and meet everyone. I am truly hurt by how this child must have struggled to meet me. Please find out who he is and where he is from. I would like to apologize. And remember, low seats will help us reach greater heights." So, thank you for listening as we read from another section of In Love at Ease. I'm very grateful that we got this opportunity to read together. You know, it is a green screen. Why? Because it's green. Full of grass and leaves and trees. I'm sure if I turned on the green screen filter, it would detect all of that. It would probably work as one. A natural green screen, that is. And thank you, Loopy Lane, for your garland headpiece that you sent just a minute ago as we read Radhe O Radhe. And Isabella, thank you for your pair of trios of roses. Hare Krishna. And July Moonchild, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Anna, for your rose too. Jai Shri Krishna. So, We are coming to the close of today's Sangha, but before we do, I'd like to watch a little movie with you all, if you are interested. Today's clip from a movie is from 2006, and the animation budget for this movie was not very high. So I hope you understand that these animations have come a long way since they were released, but it's a short movie. This is an hour and a half, but we're just watching the last 30 minutes, so just the last third of it. And people are welcome to come and go as they please. It was sent by Sky Guardian, of course. Shared that when he watched this when he was younger, he just cried and cried because it was so beautiful. I have yet to see it myself, so I'm very excited to watch it with you all. Tom, no need to apologize, my friend. You were forgiven even before you started. I believe that it is in everyone's best interest to share what they experience the truth is to be. And you were only expressing what you thought the truth was. So am I. So is everyone else. How can I hold a grudge for anyone when they are only listening to what their experience tells them? There is truth within everyone's experience, no doubt about that. All I hope is that the rest of my my followers are kind to you just the same. Thank you, Liz, for your fruit friends. That's very fun. Ariom Tadsat and Isabella, thank you for your trio of cloud breads. Radhe Radhe, and thank you, Cookie, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Okay, so let me get this set up for you. Here's the YouTube video we're gonna watch. I'm gonna turn down the background music that we've been listening to so far, so that you can hear this. This will be fun. Little movie night. Okay, so we're gonna watch this little short movie about Krishna. I hope you watch with me.
की मीठी वो तान सुनाए मन को मनोहर हर आई वृंदावन में गोपी आयो हम गोपियन के मन को भायो धरती पर पग रख नहीं पाऊं नील गगन पे उड़ती जाऊं कान्हा को मैं संग जो पाऊं हो सबसे अलग मैं खुद को पाऊं दुनिया को दर्पण दिखलाऊं कान्हा को मैं संग जो पाऊं
जो मन में अभिमान है खिलता कान्हा का वहाँ दर्श न मिलता मन में अहम का अंश जो लाए कान्हा के वो मन को दुखाए
भूल हुई हम सब से क्षमा कर दो हम गोपियन को क्षमा बंसी की मीठी तान सुना दो व्याकुल मन को फिर बहला दो वृंदावन में गोपी आयो हम गोपियन के मन को भायो वृंदावन में गोपी आयो हम गोपियन के मन को भायो मुरली की मीठी वो तान सुनाए मन को मनोहर हरता जाए दीवानी मोहे वो अपनी बनाए नित्य वो ऐसे रास रचाए मुरली की मीठी वो तान सुनाए मन को मनोहर हरता जाए दीवानी मोहे वो अपनी बनाए नित्य वो ऐसे रास रचाए
कृष्ण, ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि तुमने मुझे अपने चरण स्पर्श का अवसर दिया। मुझे अपने चरणों में रहने दो।
आकाश्री मुझे लज्जित ना करे।
मैं यहाँ मथुराधीश महाराज कंस का न्योता लेकर आया हूँ। उन्होंने धनुष्य यज्ञ उत्सव के अवसर पर आप दोनों को मथुरा पधारने का निमंत्रण भेजा है।
हम प्रसन्नतापूर्वक चलते हैं आपके साथ मथुरा।
हम अवश्य आएंगे मथुरा। अभी आप विश्राम करें, आपको भूख लगी होगी।
You know, I just realized I think we were just supposed to listen to the song because I don't think the rest of this is gonna make sense. I think I can double check. Anyway, if Sky Guardian tells me we can listen to the rest of this at another time. But yeah, a lovely little song. Music itself, it conveys the meaning, but the rest of this, I don't know if we're gonna know what's happening really. Thank you for listening though. That was lovely. Yes, I see you. Hello, you wanna land on my nose? Okay, now we're really coming to the close of this Sangha. But that was a lovely little song that we listened to. Cookie, you share that we were told not to gift or it would be blocked. Oh, I certainly wouldn't block you, but it would cover the screen. But I've intentionally put your gifts above what we're watching so that you are always acknowledged no matter what. I believe that that what is more important to me than what we talk about is that you are seen and recognized. Although that never has to happen through giving me anything. I still want that to extend to the visuals that happen on the screen also. Something was mesmerizing about that video. I think it was the big eyes, you know. It's funny. That mosquito is gonna tell all its friends. Yeah, probably. I am getting eaten up, but that's okay. I can be their dinner, and I hope I can be your dinner also. That any nutrients within me, I hope to give to you also. Thank you, Cookie, for your rose and popcorn. Hare Krishna. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of popcorn. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Paige, thank you for your subscription. I'm very happy to have you here. And I hope you enjoyed the little stickers. And I always look forward to connecting deeper with you here. I can be your dinner, says Faith Daily. I'm aware of the connotations it has. How about a dessert? I can be a source of sweetness for you. That's the least I could do. And thank you, Peckles, for your friendship necklace. Radhe. You guys are funny. Okay, I'm gonna end this live stream shortly. But thank you for coming along on this journey with me. If ever there's a part of it that you feel like you could have gotten more out of, all of my lives are available on my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, and now some alternative platforms. All of them are linked in the link tree in my bio. And I hope you get the most out of it, whatever that means for you. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, within everyone, including you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Bye.